but I'll keep the longer mods.
study. What will I do?
Oh, hi! Welcome! Sorry, I saw my PNG tuber talking. I thought I was talking. Welcome! Look, I'm not used to the whole thing. Look, I saw myself talk. Look, anyways, welcome to Streamer 101. I'm going to redo the entire intro all over again. Welcome. Everyone, sit down and be quiet. Shut up. Shut up. This PNG tuber is only for today. Class is in session. Like I was saying before, 99% of these slides are already done from the ground up. I did this in one day with the help of Rids, Bleepy Bloop, and BOON for the artwork. More at the end about that. But our annual streamathon, what the fuck? Yeah, now I'm fucked up. The class is fucked up. Chat, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Streamer class is in session. You will be tested at the end. You will be tested at the end. Yeah, I worked all day yesterday making all these slides. There's 80 slides. 80 fucking slides. Pretty much all new except for 4 of them that are technically almost exactly the same. There are some rehashed ones we redid from the ground up. But yeah, fuck you. Not much I can do about that. I literally fucking struggled to get this out on time because if I didn't work out today, I would never do it. And I thought Sunday would be a perfect day to do this. So fuck you. So I hope you enjoy. So some of this is going to be a little fucked up. There's going to be a lot of typos, but that's fine. And by a little, I mean a lot. And the slides are going to be slightly out of order, but I tried my best. All right, 80 slides in one day is not an easy fucking feat to do. Okay, so bear with me. Is this your VTuber? No, this is my teach tuber. Every time I teach, this comes out. Okay, I go VTuber form every time I teach, but only when I teach. Only when I teach, because I can't afford a real fucking VTuber. Are you kidding me? You fucking kidding me? Yeah, it's a teach tuber. Yeah, you gotta have one of those. Otherwise, class can't pay attention because they're just all fucking quirked up. You know, you're all fucking quirked up. Any questions before we begin? I got some time to burn because this is probably gonna be about 3 hours, and depending on how awake I am, which is not very, not very at all. How long until BOON time? You can excuse yourself from the classroom. Yeah, you can just leave. Yeah, you can just go. It's okay. You can just leave. Yakuza Like a Dragon waiting room? No. Okay, G-Mart. Look, I'm trying real hard. Look at this original content. Please, for the love of God. For the love of God. Okay, well, look. Well, maybe I'll do Yakuza Like a Dragon afterwards, but I'm going to split the VOD up, so just in case there's DMCA. And I want to get rid of this. This is going to stay. This part's going to stay 100%. OC, do not steal. Look, okay, maybe we'll do Yakuza Like a Dragon. Okay, Gmart, no promises, all right? But yeah, alerts are off. Alerts are off for this segment, sadly. So if you wanna sub at the end, I'll probably turn them back on. But for right now, or I might read them throughout, but they're not gonna be on for right now. But give me your money anyways, because I'll take it. I'll take your money, all right? Because we teachers, we don't get paid a lot, okay? We don't get paid a lot because we don't stream. Teachers aren't allowed to stream. Actually, there's so many things I wanted to cover in this that I just didn't. One day is not enough. Next time oh, the alerts are still on. Oh, awkward. Hey, they're still on. The title fucking look. Hey, Composite, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Whoops. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That didn't. I deleted the. Oh no. I'm in a void. Someone. Anyone help. Okay, we're back. Welcome back. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Only 2 people got that joke. That was perfect. Holy shit. That's never gonna happen again. Okay, alerts are officially off. Thank you, Composite, for the 5 gifted subs. Anyways, any other questions? This is gonna be, like I said, this is gonna be a mess. But I think that we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this. It's gonna be a good time. I hope. What's a good question to ask? Anything. I'll ask at the end of every major slide for questions. So have questions ready because you will be tested at the end of this. You will be tested. Okay, so take fucking heavy notes, you dumb motherfuckers. I'm kidding, you're not dumb. Don't tell the principal. I'll get fired. And then my wife will leave me and I'll be just like Ken from Street Fighter 6. And we don't want that. We really don't want that. I'm dumb. Okay, anyways, fuck you. There's no questions. You guys are y'all ready, right? Y'all ready? I'm not ready. I'm gonna be honest. I'm literally stalling for time. We're starting this. All right. Here's the how to stream class, chat. Disclaimer. This is a fucking meme. Do not take everything I say or do seriously in this class. If you do, you're an idiot. But some of it's true. So I guess you'll have to figure out what is and what isn't. Just like my normal streams. Which is like everything is true. For sure. All the time. But yeah, no, some of this is legitimate advice. Some of this is actually just memes and parodied, whatever. Look, I'm not to be held liable if your stream fails you, okay? It's on you. It's on you. Next slide. Oh Jesus, I must have made this right before I went to sleep because I don't know what the fuck. Holy shit, what is all of this? Thousands of years ago, there were orators. They spread their word by slamming their staves on the ground and ranting about some weird guy called Illy Lad. Oh my god, I was fucking... Jesus Christ! Why did I put any of this down? What? Look, streaming has been a thing for a very, very, very long time. Since before streaming was a thing, okay? You see, back in the day, there were dudes who told stories to a bunch of people and they'd throw money at them. And those were the first live performers. They would do it to 60 to 100 different people at a time. That was like, what, like, I don't know, like 8,000 years ago or something. We don't know. History's kind of crazy. Go watch Yu-Gi-Oh! For more on that. Or Beyblade. I don't fucking know. But yeah, as time passed, live performances kind of changed and got worse. But then it got better with the adaptation of the internet. And now you get to watch people talk about what they don't know what the fuck they're talking about 24/7 constantly all the time. And that's where we are today. We're in a fucking terrible, terrible fucking future where everyone's just trapped in this virtual space and there's nowhere to fucking go. But anyways, read the slides. There's a lot of little optional text and knowledge there for you to learn. I'm not gonna fucking read all of this. I'm sorry. I have no idea why I wrote any of that. Moving on. Next slide, please. What you'll be learning today. Very important. Very, very important, chat. Super omega important. You'll be learning the basics from the ground up. We're gonna build you from the ground onward, okay? All the way up, like a sleek machine, okay? We're gonna tell you about equipment, software setup, the fucking content consistency community, all the shit you need to know. It's totally out of order. I don't fucking care. You can sue me if you want to. The big one is streamer classifications. We're gonna figure out what kind of streamer you're gonna be. You're gonna choose. You're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna give you all the material you need to know about any kind of streamer and what it takes to be one. Okay? What else we got in here? Networking, maintain, yeah, whatever. Look, that doesn't even fucking matter. Analytics, super important. We'll be covering that as well. We'll be covering that one as well. Art and branding, super important. That's also really boring. We'll be covering that. Your health, omega important. Omega super big dick important. You need to learn this shit. If you do not learn this shit, then you're never gonna make it. You're never gonna make it, okay? The meta in the future and the conclusions and questions. Pretty fucking basic rundown, all right? Pretty fucking basic shit. All right, next slide. The basics. So what is streaming? What is streaming, chat? Someone in class, raise your hand and tell me what you think streaming is. Anyone? Anybody? Raise your hands. Don't worry, I can wait. I love stalling. I'm known for stalling, okay? Because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Streaming is talking to yourself for hours. You're actually correct. That's actually all it is. In fact, I'm doing it right now. And I don't know how I've been doing this for so long. At all. Shouting into the void and waiting for money to come back at you. Fucking true. Absolutely true. Yo, Teach, will this be on the test? Everything here will be presented on the test, and if you fail, you get banned from my classroom forever. You literally get banned. You can never come back to my stream. Yeah, you can't come back. You're actually banned. Does anyone have an accurate representation of streaming? I'll take one more. Streaming is learning how to use chatbots. Yes. You have it 100, 1000%. It absolutely fucking is. May I cry? You have to excuse yourself from the classroom to do that. And even then, like, you can only be out of the classroom for like at most 2 minutes before I call the principal. All right. Anyways, look, everyone knows what streaming is, except for maybe your grandparents who will eventually find your stream. And that will be really awkward because let me tell you, just don't let your family find out you stream, okay? If anyone ever asks you what you do for a living, just tell them that you're like, I don't know, you work for Amazon. Even though contractually you can't actually, tell anyone that you work for Amazon at all, like period. All right, up next. Starting out. There's a lot here to unpack, honestly. This one, I feel like this one's a little too generalized. This one's a bit too generalized, all right? But just keep in mind that starting out, you should just stream whenever you're playing a game. You shouldn't have to worry about, oh, I need to prep my shit. I need to get a good microphone. I need to get, like, everything needs to be fucking perfect. Everything needs to, like, oh, I gotta get the fucking chat shit up. I gotta have these bots. No one fucking cares. You're gonna be streaming to, like, 0 to, like, 3 people. And those 3 people are probably just gonna be, like, friends or some shit, more than likely. So you're gonna be streaming to literally nobody. No one. Like, that's just the hard truth. You're streaming for fun. It's a hobby at this point, okay? You should never in your entire existence go into streaming expecting to be successful. I'm not even successful. I'm just a little fucking seal, apparently. But yeah, no, seriously though, like, I can't stress how many people I've seen say, I'm going into streaming, I'm gonna take it super seriously. I'm gonna stream 5 days plus a week for 5 hours each. And I don't think they understand that streaming momentum and tempo comes with, that sounds weird, I'll talk about it later. It comes with the idea that you have something to bounce off of other than the game. And if it's just you playing a game quietly to yourself, your expectations are going to be massively skewed if you think there's going to be people there. Because if you think people are going to show up and make your stream better, they're not. All right? It's just literally not a thing. It's literally not a fucking thing. So just going with the expectations of treating it as a hobby. And if you want to grow, my main advice to you is be able to fill dead air with talking. Okay? Even if that's like, even if it's for like, I don't know, 5 minutes at a time. Like, be prepared to talk to yourself even if nobody is there. It's gonna suck. It is, but it's how you're gonna get. It's how you're gonna get people to stay around. I'm not even lying. That's what I did. It was pain for the first like 3 or 4 months, and then I had like 10 viewers for like years. Anyways, any questions before we move on? This one's like a super. This one you guys should probably be asking questions. They'll always be chatting, but you know, just at least talk every now and then. Because if you get new people coming in and they hear you talk, or at least look at chat a lot. I mean, sure, maybe no one's going to show up, but I recommend inviting your friends and forcing them to watch you. Okay? But like I said, as a hobby, not as a profession. There's just no way of breaking into this industry without like some luck, which we'll go into later. All right? Like I'm incredibly lucky to be here. Even at the small position that I'm in. It's like incredible, insane luck. Can I invite my streamer Boon to watch? I watch some of y'all's streams. It says when you're streaming on my Discord. I click on those. I click on those and I watch those. How do I acquire luck? I don't know. I have zero inclination as to how you acquire luck. Steal someone else's jokes? That's what I did. Should I play dumb? Yes. Join Boon's Discord and promote stream. No, well, maybe not that. Maybe not that. Sai, you can do it though. I trust you enough. What if I'm a mute? Okay, if you're a mute, let me turn down the music. I feel like it's a little too loud. If you're a mute, all you gotta do is just show up at the Golden Gator and wait to be assigned a streamer. That's it. And be entertaining. If you're not that, then you're fucked. But yeah, just wait to be assigned. Wait to be assigned. Any other questions? I'm serious. This is like an important slide. I'm literally willing to give you any advice about starting out. You're running out of time. What games are good for starting out? What's your favorite games? What are your favorite games? What are you willing to talk about for hours on end if someone comes into your chat? That's literally my advice. Play what you know. All right, play what you like. Hell, even play what you don't like. You can play fucking Fortnite. It doesn't matter. But remember that whatever you play first is probably going to be the initial impressions of your stream if you do start to grow. And I know some people who grew off games they didn't give a fuck about. All right, a lot of Battleground streamers, they were just streaming Battlegrounds with their friends because they were bored. And then they got popular. And now they're stuck playing Battleground games for the rest of their fucking lives. And there's really not a lot they can do about it. What if I don't own a hot tub? Hot tubs are out. You don't need to worry about that. That meta is long gone. That's been gone for like a year now. Let me go through this. There's a lot of questions. What if all I know is Pokemon and I don't want kids watching? Alex streams Pokemon all the time and most of his audience are boomers. Kids don't give a fuck about Pokemon anymore. They only care about Minecraft and Roblox or some shit. So you don't have to really worry about that anymore. There's not a lot of crossover for Pokemon and kids, believe it or not, anymore. Just boomers. Boomers who like collecting Pokemon cards and talking about Pokemon still for some fucking reason. Can't confirm. No, absolutely. Alex's chat are a bunch of boomers. How do I get a personality? Can I steal one without knowing? Okay, we'll get into that later. That's a very important question to ask. I will be talking about that later. All right. It's I highly recommend you reference the Dream song, "What the Mask Is." It's look. I'll talk about it later. Some of these slides are fucking really fucked. They're really scuffed, by the way. So get used to it. I don't care. I love Dream, Sai says. True. Did I miss any questions? Will Mountain Dew and Doritos combo make me a more authentic streamer? Yes. How do I get a high quality PNG tuber? I'm covering that in the art section. I will be covering that later in the class. What if I have bad social skills? Perfect! You're a streamer! Holy shit, you've made it! Imagine, okay, Imagine being unbinded by all your poor social inadequacies and finally being able to say all the things you've ever wanted to say. People love that shit. I'm completely not socially adjusted at all. That's why people watch me. I'm unhinged. There's something wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with me, but people like watching me talk, so you're perfect. You know, it's your time, okay? It's okay. Streaming is the best thing ever because you get to be charismatic even if you think you're not, okay? What time is boot time? Stop asking that question! I just work all day. What do I talk about? That's a good question. Look, I don't do... most of my stories come from just things I've done. Even work, even if you think about it, like, even your job, there's at least one story a day you can pull out. There's one experience every day that you can make a story out of, and that's content, personally. That is literally content. Boon time, will boon time be the... Stop asking boon time questions! Stop it! Bad! But yeah, whatever derivative you have for life experience, it doesn't matter. Work, even going grocery shopping, it doesn't fucking matter. And not all streams are about talking about life experiences. Sometimes it's talking about what's going on in the game. There's so much to talk about. It's so easy. The streams just kind of, or chat will bring up shit. It doesn't matter. If you're a small streamer though, it may happen. You may run out of things to talk about. That's okay. Just fucking play the game. Just play the game and try to think of things to talk about, but don't think about it too hard. You're just, you're just streaming yourself playing a game, and if people happen to join you, they happen to join you. And that's just really the long and short of it. That's just the long and short of it. That's literally it. Any other questions? Do we talk about politics? Depends. that's a good question. Next question. next question. It depends if your streaming is based on politics, I guess. If you want to make that revolve around that, then you can. But like, you have to really be being deep for that kind of stuff. I don't recommend it unless you have good political takes or something. Yeah, the Nexus on. Bye. I think it takes some political literacy to speak on politics on stream. Otherwise, you're gonna look like an idiot. But it depends on the subject. I mean, obviously, there's some pretty easy good takes to have online, but there's also very easy. It's a two-way fucking pendulum, all right. I don't recommend it, but if you want to, I'm not gonna stop you. It just depends on how you want to present your stream to people. Political leprosy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Any other questions? I'm about to move on. This one's... I was expecting this one to be the longest slide, to be honest. Next to content. What if you have bad takes? Then don't talk about politics. Then don't talk about politics. Just don't talk about them. Will this be on the test? Yes, everything's gonna be on the test. What about religious streams? I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know. Like, he's trying to hold a fucking religious sermon. I don't know. Anyways, what about NFT streams? Next slide. Okay, we already talked about this. You already got this. We already kind of covered. We covered a lot of these slides already, didn't we? Yeah, Twitch is a hobby, not as a job. Literally. Whenever you're playing a game, might as well stream. Fuck it. Why are you not streaming? You know what I mean? Fuck it. Do it. Who cares? No one shows up. No one shows up. You're going to play the game anyways. Why not? Why the fuck not? Next slide. Luck. Luck. Super fucking important shit right here. I'm not going to lie. I can attribute probably this is really the start, right? Like, at the end of the day, if you're just starting out, you just need to be really fucking lucky. It does not matter how talented you are at all. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to initial discovery, at least on Twitch, not YouTube. I'm not speaking on behalf of YouTube. It might be the same over there. To get recognized or realized, you need to literally just be incredibly lucky or have really cool friends in really cool places or just play the right game at the right time, but this all revolves around your content also being good at the same time. That keeps momentum, and that does keep tempo. Because otherwise it doesn't matter how much luck you have. You could have a really hit stream where a bunch of people watch, but if your stream's just not good, then they may not come back. But that luck is like literally the initial hit you need to grow, and you'll have pockets of luck as you continue to stream. That will keep happening as you stream, and it's up to you whether or not you keep those viewers. And at the same time, you need to start attributing your success not to luck after time, but to your own fucking, you know, your own fucking whatchamacallit. What is it called when you do the thing that's good? The accolades. Look, whatever the fuck you do, just keep in mind that you can't just keep thinking that everything's attributed to luck, because if you do that, you'll never grow as a streamer and you'll never accept success. And if you don't accept success, you'll just be not confident in your streams, and then you'll be all morbed up and you'll do morb jokes, even though Morbius is like a dead meme. And it flopped by $80,000 in the box office literally yesterday. So you just need to like kind of just either get lucky and understand that that's just how it works, and then kind of work off of that. But, you know, when you finally get somewhere you want to be, don't be like it's all luck, because clearly people are still watching you for a reason. It's not because you're fucking lucky. It's just getting that discovery. Discovery is the hardest part about this platform, okay? And we'll talk more about that in the next slide. Next slide. Oh my god, there it is. I did this in the perfect order. Oh, it's like I'm a teacher. I'm fucking smart. Holy shit. Holy fuck, it's like it's almost like I knew what I was doing. Almost. But not quite. Twitch, out of any platform in the history of social media that's like the top 10, has the worst discoverability, period. The worst. You cannot get discovered on this platform. People say, I've been hearing different metrics from different people on how to get discovered. A lot of the time, the metrics are based off of really weird things. The main one, God, what is the main thing? I'm trying to think of the main thing. Most of discovery, I think, comes from other channels that are similar to yours. Other channels that are similar to yours. I'm changing the music. This music is not thinking music. I'm not thinking hard enough. Other channels that like are not yours that are similar in some kind of way. Like friends channels, like game category, stuff like that. Hence why luck kind of plays into it, because usually if you have no one you link into or you have no similarities with, it's either a niche game that's going to get you there or a popular game that's going to get you there. But you need to consider timing and all this other stupid metric shit that doesn't really fucking matter, because at the end of the day, you just have to be entertaining enough when you do get discovered. So don't worry about any of that shit unless you're like chasing larger numbers as a larger streamer, in which case just don't even fucking think about half this shit. Don't even think about this. But the main thing is, if you do start getting traction, you're gonna need to start looking at other platforms. Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. Yes, TikTok. I'm not lying. TikTok has the best discoverability right now. It is dying down though for Twitch, because they are starting to stop showing Twitch clips on there. They want to show just TikTok content instead of rehash content. But it's still a really good way of getting discovered. And also, clips are perfect for TikTok. I don't use TikTok myself, but I'd love to. It's super good for discoverability. They get tons of views. People will follow you, and after a few clips, they will follow you on Twitch. YouTube is the Omega Big Dick one for longevity. If you have really good highlights, and I'm not talking clips, I'm talking highlights, like moments where you talk for at least 10 minutes about a subject, or just, I don't know, whatever the fuck you can think of that's in 10-minute intervals. If you get enough engagement in the comments section, you'll get more viewers, and therein people will feel like they're a viewer of your stream without them even following you on Twitch. In fact, I bet you most of you motherfuckers, you watch, I don't know, some like be it Asmon Gold or Sajam or whoever on YouTube more than you watch them on stream. Guaranteed. And therein you probably followed them off of that and maybe even sub to them, so you don't have to watch the fucking ads when you opened up their stream. But you have to start thinking about other, you know, avenues of approach to getting discovered, because Twitch isn't going to offer it to you, and the only way you're going to give it served up to you is from your friends rating you, or for you being in the same category and at least knowing one or two streamers, or being similar to one and two streamers in that category. I hope that makes sense. I know this sounds like I'm making up a bunch of bullshit, but this is actually true. This is some true weird shit. It's just how it is. If you're really lucky, you'll be put in the recommended category, which I heard is based off of bits. I don't know if that's true. Probably not. I heard that last night. Use any. It's also based on viewers too, which kind of sucks. If you have a lot of views, you're more likely to get recommended to other people. If you don't, then yeah, you know, good luck. My recommendations to you though, chat, is play a game you really like, and don't worry about whether or not it's popular, because if it's super popular, you're gonna be at the bottom of the category. No one's gonna click on you anyways. Just don't fucking worry about it. Just play what you want. Play your favorite game. I started by playing niche games, and they have really active communities, and not a lot of people stream it. So when you stream it, you get a lot of backseaters coming into your chat. Some of them stay and continue to backseat you for years, and you just have to deal with it. You just have to deal with it. Any questions? This is actually super important. I have so much knowledge in this category, but not enough to really tell you how to efficiently tool this. This is the time. I'm going to try to milk these slides for every minute I have. Some backseat gamers are VIP. I don't know why. Because I suck at games. I'm terrible at them. Milk the slides. Look, okay, don't make this weird. Look, any questions? This is your chance. Can I go to the bathroom? You guys have no questions? Next slide now. Look, I have 80 slides. I'm trying to make each one of these last at least 20 minutes. I'm kidding. Not a lot. Most of them are going to last for like 3 seconds. All right, fine. When is a good time to stream? Well, oh, that's a fucking really good question. That is an insanely good question. Because that is a... Oh, boy. It depends on where you live, the language you speak, and time zones. I recommend that you stream probably when everyone gets off of work. Like around 6, 5 or 6 is a good starting time. Some people start streams in midday. It doesn't really matter. I mean, most people work from home nowadays, so I guess anytime. Okay, how about this? This is how I go. Anytime between 12 and 7 are good times to start, or 2:45. Hit him with a 2:45. Okay, hit him with the good old 2:45. But yeah, anytime when just anytime, just not in the middle of the night. Not in the middle of the night unless you want Australian viewers like me. Otherwise, you're fucked. I'm sorry, I got nothing for you. I got nothing for you. All right, next slide. We'll probably cover more of that later. Engagement. Oh boy, I feel like we already covered this. This is gonna be a fast one. Or maybe not, because there's a lot here. There's a lot here. So when you're a smaller streamer, you need to realize that most of your content is coming from your chat. Now, some streamers don't need to worry about this. Some of them are like MLG focused. They're like, you know, really good at games. They don't fucking give a shit. They're just like fucking, they're hitting the paint fucking hard. They're killing it in the game they're playing. They don't really need to give a fuck about chat. But when your focus, which is like 9% of all streamers, is just chatting or variety streaming, which means you suck at games probably, or just anything in that field, you need to be constantly engaging with your chat in any way or form that you possibly can, even if there are just 3 motherfuckers in there. Like, it literally does not matter. You have to be constantly engaging with them. That way you're constantly getting a feedback loop of entertaining them, and they're entertaining you. And if you're having fun, the stream's having fun. All right? If you're not, and you're just sitting there and you're playing the game out of obligation, then there's something wrong. You should never feel like you're doing something out of obligation when you're streaming, because if you are, then it has become effectively a normal job, and nobody wants to watch you do a normal ass job. All right, you don't want to like look like you're working at a fucking line in McDonald's. All right, except you're not, because McDonald's is way worse than streaming. I probably like there's a reason why. I don't know why there's some streamers who complain about like people work at like McDonald's, they have it harder than them. It's like, that's not true. People work at McDonald's have it way harder. If that were true, you'd work at fucking McDonald's. There are some things. We'll get into those. But essentially just know that engagement is key to growth, especially when you're smaller. The smaller you are, the more you have to engage with your stream. I can't wait. If I ever got to 1,000 viewers, I'm never going to read you guys again. Hell, I barely read you guys already. I read like 1 in 4 people right now. That's where I'm at right now. That's all the attention I can fucking possibly accumulate to you motherfuckers. Any questions about this? Any questions? We already covered this quite a bit already. Oh, this is a good song. This is a classic. This is a classic one right here. This is a good one. Keep asking for any questions. Excited to be ignored. Exactly. Boone hates us. All right, those are the 4 messages. All right, moving on. All right. All right, it's like this. Look, equipment and software. Equipment and software. There's a lot. Okay. Oh boy. This isn't just when you're starting. We're gonna start getting into more advanced things when we leave this category. But all you need to know is that when you first start out streaming, don't worry about buying Elgato stuff. All right. If you do, buy the Stream Deck, but don't even worry about that. You don't need 90% of that shit. You just need a good office chair. Don't buy a fucking gaming chair. Don't do that. You're paying $200 for a chair that will break down in 2 weeks. I can't have a weight capacity of 170. All right. Don't even fucking worry about that. I do recommend, if you do want to take streaming a little bit seriously, get 2 monitors. You don't need it. You could use your phone, but it makes it so much easier. I have 3 monitors. It makes it so much easier to manage. And also, you'll never go back once you get 2 monitors. I'm not only 2. Some of y'all motherfuckers are freaks, okay? If you're an artist, you probably have 5 monitors. We know this. And oh yeah, another important thing. You need an upload speed, and we'll be covering this in a later slide. You need an upload speed of at least 5 megabytes. Upload, not download. For the standard, for like a bog standard, like rate of streaming, like 720, 60 FPS, 400 or 4,500 bit rate, which is like pretty okay. It's all right, not the best, but it will be serviceable. All right. I think go to 1080 with 5 megabytes. I'll have to double check. But you'll be like 30 frames or something in like, I don't know, 5,000 bit rate, but it'll be like, it depends on the game too. It's really weird. Streaming's really weird with bit rates and stuff. We'll get into that in a second. But yeah, you need at least 5 upload to at least be, you know, you can stream lower than that, but I mean, you'd probably be streaming below 720 more than likely. I could be wrong about this. What else is there? Equipment, don't get yourself outside the PC. Oh yeah, microphones! Please, everyone, stop buying the Snowball and the Yeti, or whichever one. Stop buying those. They're okay. If you have one already, it's fine. It's fine. My only complaint about those microphones is at least put a filter. Put an equalizer, a compressor, something on there. You can do it through OBS settings to turn off what I call the toilet refilling sound effect. Because both of those microphones suffer from this terrible feedback problem where they're never grounded. And I don't know if it's the cable or the microphone itself, where it sounds like a toilet is constantly refilling in the background. You know that sound? It just says that fucking constantly. It drives me fucking insane. I can hear it. It's always louder than the game itself. Every stream I watch, I know when it's a fucking Snowball microphone. You can make those mics sound pretty good though, but I don't think they're worth the price point. There are way better alternatives. I think there's an AKG. There's an AKG microphone. I think it's the 8. Was it? No, it's the. No, hold on. I'm looking it up. I think there's like the P2020. Yeah, no, it's the Audio Technica AT2020 USB microphone. There is an XLR version of the microphone, but if you get XLR, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have to get this thing called Phantom Power, which requires you to have an audio interface, which is another $100. Which, if you really want to take the next step into streaming, you can, but like the extra 100 after the first $100 you spend on a microphone, each 100 you add on to that, it has diminishing returns. And also, it gets compressed anyways through streaming, so I don't even know how much. Probably not by much, if anything. But I use a fucking Rode NT1 microphone, which at the time was like $350, and I'm running a fucking USB PreSonus audio box, which is like 10 years old now. I don't know how it's still fucking working. That's like $100. It's probably cheaper than that now. I'm gonna be switching to the Podcaster Pro 2, which is $700 pretty soon. But that's a different story. That's not just for the microphone. That's just for like audio overall. But yeah, you don't need to worry about any of that shit. Just get yourself a USB microphone, no phantom power. Make sure it's good. You can, my advice is there's a really good YouTube channel that covers microphones. They'll cover everything you know. I recommend, I think they're called Booth Junkies. His name is Booth Junkies or Booth Junkie, and he will cover literally every single microphone you can think of. He has done a video on it. He's done a comparison. He's a professional voice actor. He will tell you the fucking straight up truth about the microphone. Straight up truth about it. But all you really need is a good USB microphone. USB, you could look it up on Amazon. There's a ton of them. But I highly recommend that whatever microphone you're eyeballing, look up reviews about them. Try to figure out what they're comparable to, because almost every microphone on the market is comparable to another one. They're all competing in different fields, whether it's cardioid or omnidirectional or directional or stage mic or whatever the fuck you feel like. There's different microphones for every job. I use was it cardioid? I'm totally mispronouncing it. It's like a kind of almost 360, almost it's like a fucking half pizza kind of thing, so I can move around and talk around my room, and like that's how I get my bits where I stand up and scream across my room. Like for example, I'm able to get up and play an instrument, you guys can hear me play it across the room. Unlike Sam's microphone, where it isolates all the sound around it except for where it's exactly pointing, which was a Shure microphone, which is, what is that for microphone? So, I'm sure none of this matters, you guys. It probably sounds like nonsense. I just like talking about microphones. I'm sorry. I think it's the SM58. No, the SM58's their stage mic. What was it? I think it's the SM7B. I know a lot about mics. I like microphones. Yeah, the SM7B, it's like the podcaster mic. Almost every streamer uses this microphone. If you're, I'm sure most of you want this microphone, or you've seen it every fucking where. This mic, this fucking thing, you've seen it. You've seen it fucking everywhere. All right? You've seen this fucking thing fucking everywhere. I guarantee it. The thing about this microphone is not only is it an XLR mic, so you can't use USB, it needs to have phantom power, so it needs its own power source. And then it needs another thing on top of it called a cloud lifter, which is another preamp that goes into it that makes it more louder and legible. Without it, it's just too quiet of a microphone. It doesn't work. It's a very expensive microphone to set up. The mic itself is cheap. It's just all the other stuff that comes with it. You need an interface, the cloud lifter, and the microphone itself. You don't need a pop filter. It comes with one. But yeah, a lot of the top mics that are used are pretty expensive. And at the end of the day, people aren't really going to be able to tell, because at the end of the fucking day, as long as your mic doesn't sound like the congratulations you won guy, you're good. If you can't hear the toilet sound in the background, you're good. Okay? Like straight up, I can't stress this enough. It is my biggest turnoff when I open up a new stream is when the stream is just static and the audio is really loud and like it's louder than the game. I think the voice should be louder than the game, but if there's like background audio that's louder than the game and it's coming from feedback from the microphone, there's problems. And most of those problems can be fixed with literal audio balancing, which is built into OBS. You can go into your OBS and click on your audio settings. There's a little cogwheel next to your microphone thing. Click that and you can add, I don't know why I didn't add a slide for this, but I'm going to talk about this right now. And I know you guys don't fucking give a fuck. Fuck you. I'm talking about this. Whoop. You click on filters. You click on filters on your microphone. I know some streamers, they even do it on their desktop audio settings. I know Charborg does that so that the game's never louder than him, but it kind of makes the audio a little weird. You could do my settings if you want to, but I recommend changing it depending on your microphone. But this is what I do. I always add a little bit of gain on there. I add a compressor with these exact settings, and they work really well because you guys never hear my fucking computer fan going off in a noise gate, which kind of like stops loud noises from, or quieter noises from feeding through. So those kinds of things. Usually a compressor and a noise gate are gonna be good enough, but you're gonna want to add a little bit of gain to that if you do that. But it also depends on your microphone setup, preamps, blah, 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 blah. Don't fucking worry too much about it. Just make sure your audio is legible and it doesn't sound like complete shit, because that's like the first thing I personally notice. When I open up a stream, and it's like my biggest turn off. Any questions about equipment? There's so much shit that I could answer for you. Also, a good webcam could help too. I mean, if you want to have a webcam, it's up to you. I feel like webcams probably help with viewers a little bit more, but it depends on if you want to be smiling the whole fucking time. I have perpetual resting bitch face, so I don't normally do it. At least, okay, have a stream of at least 720p, 30 frames, and good audio. That's it. At least. And if you can't have that, who fucking cares? Stream anyways. But at least make sure your audio is good, because I'm not gonna bear through some static, all right? Because 90% of my viewers, they probably don't even have my fucking stream open. They probably don't even have my fucking stream. They're probably just listening to me. I don't fucking know what they do. They're freaks. Who knows? Who fucking knows? 160p 10-bit frame rate, Jesus Christ. I'm streaming with a camera in front of my head pointing down. Wait, hold on. Yes, you need it. Yeah, get a webcam for your side profile. Stephen Colbert, that should have 3 cameras. Have 3 cameras. Freaks, sweat. Exactly. So any other questions? Okay, you guys pretty much got that. Cool, we're moving on. I'm pretty sure this slide was probably the most boring slide, but I really like talking about this stuff. If you guys ever need microphone advice, just at me on Discord or something. I don't fucking know what to tell you, but for the most part, USB microphone, you don't need to go to get anything expensive. Usually it's like a good price range is like what? Like I'd say $65 to $100 for a USB microphone. As for webcams, I don't know. They're super hyperinflated right now. Most streamers use those giant XLR cameras with some Elgato shit. It's ridiculous. Don't even fucking worry about that shit. Just whatever's legible, I guess. Most streamers shrink down their cameras down to the size of a pea nowadays, anyways. God damn, garbage day, 50 goddamn months. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sticky bitch. Who are you when you're streaming? How long are you going to wear the mask? You know, as the famous late streamer once said, I think his name was Nightmare. He said, "What the point of the mask is," or something. I don't remember. All right. All you gotta know is that when you're streaming, you're probably, even if you're not aware of it, you're gonna put on a persona that can be yourself times 10 or someone else completely different. For me, it's like me if I slam my head against my desk for 20 minutes straight and then I don't know, fucking took like a bunch of trucker pills. I don't know. It doesn't fucking really matter. It's just something you do, and I think a lot of streamers do this naturally because it's a way for them to disassociate from when they get insulted by their chat. It's way easier to take an insult when you know you're not being you. And I know that sounds cringe and crungo to say, but it's kind of true. Because okay. Streaming is a lot like Whose Line Is It Anyways, but it goes on for 10 hours too long, and you've run out of material hours ago. And the chat and the audience is booing you, and they're throwing tomatoes, but they're still watching anyways. And sometimes having the mental prep for it is good. Make boomer references. Exactly. But a lot of people they don't actually put on like a fucking personality. They just turn on stream and they have a good time. They stop streaming. But a lot of times people naturally fall into this category, you know. Because like you ever notice everyone's like, oh, this guy, this content creator is completely different in real life. He smells. I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's just like no one's ever really who they present themselves on stream, and there's a good reason for it. One, it makes for a more entertaining stream, and two, it you know, it just makes it easier for you not feel like shit when someone calls you stupid, because you're like, oh, I'm only pretending, and that's your copium. I don't have the energy to put on a persona. I'm not like saying I put on a persona, but I am saying that like my streams are me times 10 sometimes. Not all the time, but massive copium. I'm just saying a lot of streamers do it. It's not like something you need to practice or do. It's just something that you do naturally, whether you think about it or not. But a lot of streamers don't do that. So whatever. Fucking any questions? A lot of VTubers do it. VTubing is like super big into this idea. VTubing is like you're completely dissociated from who you are in real life. And I think that's pretty fucking cool, to be honest. It's a really interesting idea. Can we watch gargoyles on stream? That's a really good fucking question. Wait, why are you bringing up gargoyle? Oh, I put it in the slide. What did I say? Hold on. When you're not being fully judged for being yourself, so base yourself or your entire personality off the dude from Gargoyles, the hot one. What the fuck? I wrote this at 8 in the morning today. I must have. I don't look. Anyways, any questions? Any questions? There's a lot of flavor text in here, okay? Like, I'm not even gonna read through this. There's a lot of Boon's weird. Fuck you guys. I'm only pretending. I'm never like this in real life. I am like this in real life. I am like this in real life. Someone help me. Someone help me. No questions? No questions? All right, next slide. There is no escape. True, true. The minimum requirements. What is this for? Oh, this is something I already talked about. Look, pretty basic shit. Make sure you have like a GPU from at least the past 10 years, okay? At least, because your streaming performance, and I'm not talking about your actual performance, I'm talking about like your OBS being able to stream, is reliant on encoders that are either based off your GPU or CPU. And depending on how much of those resources are dedicated to the game itself, it will throttle your stream and make it so you're unable to stream at higher qualities. That's why I usually recommend when people start out, they stream at 720, because they may not have a good enough computer build to be able to stream at an above quality, above average kind of quality. And that's fine. Most people don't fucking give a fuck. Most people don't care at all. They just don't give a shit. As long as it doesn't look blurry as shit, you know, as long as it looks legible. And we'll talk about bitrate and stuff, but I'm not going to cover that because like you could just use bitrate calculators. I'm not going to get into the science of bitrate calculation. That's for like people who are insane. You can just refer to the next slide that I'm going to bring you guys to in a second. What else is in this slide? Decent microphone. We already talked about that. Yeah, don't fall for the trap of buying a bunch of streamer gear when you start out. Elgato is not going to increase your viewership. You don't need any of that shit. If you really do want easier scene transitions, Stream Deck they're probably their only good product they've ever made. And even then, you can just bind that to your fucking numpad. Honestly, you can save yourself the fucking money. But I personally like it quite a bit. I use the Stream Deck a lot, but I mean, you don't need to really worry about that. 90% of the time when you're starting out, you're just streaming from your desktop anyways. So don't fucking worry about that shit. Webcam, phone app. You can even use your phone, by the way. You can nowadays, if you have an iPhone or a modern phone, you can tether it to your computer, and there's an app that makes the camera work. I know most VTubers use this because the camera on your phone fucks now. So you can literally just plug up your phone to the computer, get a selfie cam, hook it up to your monitor, like wrap it around your monitor, point at your face, whoopity bam bam blazzle. You have yourself a high quality fucking setup. If you really need lots of buttons, you can just use the MIDI controller and use OBS MIDI. Oh, there you go. There you fucking have it. From a software designer himself, of the entirety of all of Microsoft, Sam. Anyways, next slide. You guys like this song? This is one of my favorite Persona 3 songs. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me keep going. Any questions about equipment? This is like your last chance. I'm pretty sure no one's got any questions. I expected more of a Krug Smasher or Sealman. This is a one-time thing, okay? This is my one-time VTube model. I may bring it back whenever I do another class, like if we do another History of the World stream or something, or another streamer class. But till then, this is fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, next slide. Okay, software. Again, you're only gonna need to worry about two different fucking things. We're gonna do the boring stuff first, chat. Don't worry. It doesn't get any more funny. You have Slobs, Streamlabs OBS, in other words, and then you have Streamlabs Studio or OBS Studios. I recommend if you're starting out. I know people say Slobs is fucking gross. It's easy to use. I'm not gonna lie, it is far easier to use when you're starting out. It's all in one. It connects into everything. Streamlabs OBS is more advanced, but not so much so that it's daunting to start with. So you can try to pick either one. I'm using Streamlabs not Streamlabs. I'm using OBS Studios. Sorry, I'm mixing those up because they have similar fucking names. I'm using OBS Studios with stream elements injected into it, which I've had problems with, but they have more plugin options, so you can do cooler shit. You can do a lot more cooler shit with it. But if you're starting out and you don't know what the fuck's going on, look, just use whatever you're comfortable with. Okay, just use whatever you're comfortable with. It's all gonna be mostly the same in the end. Why do you advertise Streamlabs OBS? I don't know. Who fucking cares? Next slide. All right, OBS settings and streaming options. OBS, they both steal from each other, by the way. But I do think that Streamlabs is far worse as a company. But I'm just saying, you know, hey, whatever. Just use their shit if you want to use their shit. Whatever's easier for you. I'm not gonna persecute you if you use either one. Any questions about the prior slides? Any questions? Not sponsored. Not sponsored, by the way. I hate Stream Elements, though. I really don't like Stream Element. I hate fucking setting that shit up. It's such a fucking headache. I'm using it now, but oh my fucking god. What slide are you on? We're not even a third or a fourth the way through yet, chat. It'll start speeding up. Fuck you. You can get alerts with Streamlabs and Stream Elements. It doesn't matter which one you use. It's a matter of just learning which one you like and which one you're used to. Do you have any laptop recommendations for streaming? I don't think you should stream on a laptop. If you have a laptop that can stream, then do it. But if you're spending more money for essentially less. You're spending more money for essentially less. If you're streaming, you should probably be using a desktop computer, to be honest. I do know some people do a dual PC setup with a laptop, which is kind of psycho shit. I'm not going to get into that because that's a whole other can of worms that you guys don't have to worry about. You guys don't have to worry about. You could buy a top of the line laptop and do it, but at the same time, you could save yourself some money and buy a normal desktop PC and get the same performance but better. So I don't recommend streaming from a laptop if you can help it. Also, the fan would be super loud. It would just be fucking annoying. Imagine your hands being constantly hot. You know, I don't know. I know some people do it. They have it like set to the side like a desktop. Whatever works for you at the end of the day. It just depends on how much you're willing to spend. I would recommend a desktop computer. Because gaming laptops are fucking expensive. Actual laptops are cheaper now, especially since CPUs are expensive as fuck. Huh. Well, I can't speak for that because usually GPU, fucking laptop GPUs kind of suck. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Things have changed quite a bit. Boon, is a 3090 good enough for stream? Look, I'm using a 2070 Super, 2080 Super. So I was using a 1080 for a long time up until this point. Look, as long as it's within the last decade and it was high end at the time, you should be mostly good. Like, I think at worst you can rock like a 980, but that's kind of pushing it. That's kind of pushing it. But yeah, for the most part, you should be good as long as you're streaming at like 720. I mean, most people should be able to stream 1080 nowadays. GPUs are getting cheaper again, so maybe we'll see. Just you can figure it out. You can run test streams and stuff. We've already talked about this stuff, the fucking OBS settings and stuff, 720 frames, blah blah blah, the bitrate. But for reference, most people are probably going to have more. Hold on, they're either going to have a dedicated chip to if you have a GPU that is NVIDIA, you probably have access to, and same with the other cards now, but they have their own thing. I don't know what it's called, and if it plugs into OBS or not. I could be wrong. But if you do, I highly recommend Studios because I think they have better encoding settings, I'm pretty sure. You're going to be using NVEC, which is the GPU processor. Because if you're using the other protocol, you're probably gonna bump into a lot of issues, more than likely, unless your processor's god tier. But just know that if you're starting out streaming, you more than likely we're gonna be using NVEC if you have a newer card. Yeah, Radeon. I don't know. I don't remember the fucking brand. I don't know, ATI, Radeon, whatever. Look, there's different encoders for different fucking processes. These are my settings right here. I go 600 fucking video bitrate, which might be overkill for 1080. I'm not really sure because I know. G-Bar, do you know the hard cap? Does anyone here know the hard cap for Twitch? I know there's a bitrate hard cap, and it hard caps at 1080, but depending on the amount of pixels you have to dedicate more video bitrate. It's at 6K. Okay, well, I'm right at the border. You don't need to go any higher than these settings, I guess. I think some people probably do, and I'm not sure why. Not entirely sure why. AMD has hardware encoding, but NVENC is much better. Okay, because I know they have like there's like a dedicated chip in newer GPUs for it. So I'm not sure if that's fucking true, but I stream a lot better in NVENC on my newer shit. So there you have it, folks. There you have it. 6K, I think. So I'm pretty much on the money here. But most of you will probably not be able to stream at this unless you have a decent enough computer. If you don't, reference this chart. Sorry, just turn up the music instead. You can find this chart, which I know is really tiny right now, but you can find this chart by looking up Twitch fucking OBS settings and shit. They literally have this on their website, or you can screenshot this right here. I don't know how legible this is, but generally these are pretty decent recommendable fucking setups. Honestly, I started out with 720 by 30 frames, honestly, but I had my bitrate like 4,500. I don't know if that really makes a difference, but the more, like I said, the more pixels you dedicate on screen, like the higher the resolution, the more bitrate you're gonna have. Otherwise, you're gonna have those weird pixel blobs, and those are no good. Those are bad. Those are no good. Anyways, any questions on this? Probably not. This is a pretty boring slide. No questions? Next slide. "4K streamer." Exactly. All right. Content. Oh boy, this is really generalized. I feel like I fucked this one up, but like we're covering this as we're with each slide anyway, so it doesn't. We're gonna probably blow through this one. We're probably gonna blow through this one. The most important thing to keep in mind, and a lot of streamers say this. The late Asmongold once said, "Content is king," and it's true. It's 100% true. A lot of people are saying lately consistency is king. That's a problem. That's a problem. Oh, no. He's still alive. I know I said that. Anyways, there's a weird new meta we're gonna go into right now with Twitch where people believe that streaming longer warrants more success, and it is true. But it's only if you continuously stream forever all the time. If you stop, you lose momentum and you fall back down. That's why it's good to have good tempo. Good tempo. We talked about this before. You could do short streams and they can be really good. I call it bucking out. You can buck the fuck out. You ever watch a buck stream? 2 to 4 hours? Super good shit. Just like bam, 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 bam. Stream's done. Everyone goes home. It was a good time. Germa stream. Kind of shit like that. Or you could do what I do, which is really long streams that suck. Or just like kind of, or in between. I kind of do both. But it's like steal from Buck. Yeah, steal from Buck. My advice to you is steal from Buck in games, John. And you'll be so successful. Just steal. I'm kidding. Don't actually do that. Steal from Germa. I don't know. Look, anyways, all you have to know is that whatever expectation you put. Oh, actually, we'll talk about this later. This will fall within consistency, which I'm pretty sure is going to be in the next few slides. All you have to know is that make sure your content is good. Okay? Make sure your content is good. Be prepared to be spending hours after every stream planning your next stream. And this is not for people starting out at this point. We're kind of going in the intermediate stuff now, like if you already have traction kind of deal. If you're starting out, don't worry about half the shit. Half the shit is not relevant. Just play what you want. Have fun. Do whatever the fuck you want. But if you do get traction, it's time you start thinking about shit. It's time you start paying people to make you PNG seals and you make your own slides at fucking from the time you wake up till 8 in the fucking morning, and then you don't even read the slides out. You just point at them with your little tiny little seal ruler. Okay? Like, at the end of the day, planning out content, even if it's like for like half your normal audience, is super important, because I guarantee you people will remember the streams you put time into. They're going to remember, even if they don't, like a lot of people don't watch it, people will look back on those streams fondly, and they'll also catch up on the VOD. And you always want to put love into your content. Now, granted, sometimes that doesn't even fucking matter. You know, you just turn on Among Us or something. I don't fucking know. I know that come on, this song kind of fucks. Fucks a little too hard. Sometimes that doesn't matter. Sometimes playing what's popular is content. Okay, what works for you at the time. I know for me, it's been vampire games. Been playing the fuck out of those. Can't say that I still plan some of that stuff. I still got the mods and all that shit, but like, you're gonna spend a lot of time sourcing games. You're gonna spend a lot of time prepping streams, and your chat's not gonna know any better. They're not gonna know or care. They're not. And that doesn't matter if they know or care. As long as they're being entertained, you don't need to worry about how much time you put into something as long as it's working, or as little time. Sometimes my best content has been content where I didn't put any time into it at all. It's a coin toss, but I can tell you the content that really does hit and makes me feel really proud is the content I prepared for chat, and they enjoyed it. What else is there to say about this? There's a lot to say about content because it's such a generalized thing, and we're gonna be cutting into this more. I don't want to stick too long on this slide because it's so generalized. Let's see. Prepare windows to jump. Yeah, Zyke did that. This is a big move from Zyke. As long as you're comfortable, longer streamers give better chances of picking up new people. There's a lot to that. I'll be covering that in the next few slides. Teacher, what about Deem Save? That's another slide. I don't think there's any other questions. We're going to be covering more of this. Don't worry. I think that this is just too generalized of a thing. But just remember, content is king. Okay? It is everything. Make sure your shit's good. And planning your shit. I plan out a week of shit now, usually. Or at least I try to. Sometimes I go day by day. This week I'm going day by day. But at least a day in advance, have something planned. You don't want to pull what me and Cypher do on certain days where we turn on stream and then we go to each other's stream and then we're like, Mom, I didn't have any content. And then we just hang out, which are some fun streams, but like, you know, we have each other to rely on for that. That's good content though. Yeah, and that's not to say it's not good content, but at the same time, we're freaks. I don't know. I don't think it's good. Not everyone's gonna have a sci-fi or a boon. Okay, so yeah, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Have something planned, but also have a backup plan. That's a really important thing. You've seen my desktop. I have like a weird order of things. I have games I can fall back on usually that are like non-story games or something. I usually have a plan B if plan A doesn't work, which like 50% of the time, sometimes the game I'm playing kind of sucks or I don't feel like playing it. So I have a game I want to play. I always make sure that whenever I'm going to stream, I feel like playing it. I'm not going to play by I only play what's super popular unless I want to play. If it's super popular and I want to play it, then it's a double whammy and I'm 100% going to do that. But if not, I ain't going to force myself to not have fun for the sake of increased viewers because then I'm not having fun and blah, blah, blah. We already talked about this like 1,000 times. Next slide. Time! Time is the most important thing, especially if you're poor as a streamer. Because time is money and money is time. And those two resources, which I don't know if I put the other slide in for this, but time and money are your two largest resources for whether or not your stream is going to get traction. Boon time? Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up! That's not going to be on the test. But I can't tell you how much time some of us do put into our streams or how little time some of us put into our streams. It just depends on the type of streamer you are. You know what I mean? I know sometimes, some weeks, I go through 40 games. I test out 40 itch.io games. I test out like 10 Steam games. And none of them fucking land. I don't like any of them. And like maybe 2 of them make it in and only 1 of them is played. You know what I mean? But that game I do end up playing, people will be like, holy shit, that was weird. I've never seen that game before. You know what I mean? And then some of my other friends play it and then they say Boon game. And I'm like, I did it. I finally did it to them. I fucked them over. They're fucked. Now everyone's saying Boon game. Don't do that, by the way. I'll fucking ban you. Don't do that to my friends in their chats. I get to know when people do that to me. I'll fucking ban you. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, you're going to be spending a lot of time sourcing out games. You're going to spend a lot... If you're a variety streamer, if you're not a variety streamer, if you play PUBG or whatever the fuck... I don't know, Fortnite. You play Dead by Daylight. If you're like, if you stream a specific kind of games, don't worry too much about this. Okay? Don't worry too much about this kind of stuff. It doesn't really matter. Okay? Especially if you're new, this really doesn't matter because you don't have to worry about sourcing games. You have a plethora of games you can play that your audience has not seen. As for me, I have streamed, I don't know, like 1,000+ games on stream now. So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard finding stuff sometimes, but there's always shit somewhere. There's always shit somewhere, dude. All right, let's see. Any questions? Any questions? This is more, this is like, these slides are kind of more for like if you actually did get traction, then it does kind of matter. This stuff does matter, but I'm just saying, just so you know, that's why this is a streamer class. If time equals money, then boon time equals boon money. Boon money is boon bit. So boon bit equals boon time. So the more boon bits you have, the more time you have. Yes, exactly. Fucking exactly. You have the right idea. Like, but you're gonna, if you have a lot of money, you could just hire people to do editing. You can hire people to source games for you. I know some people do that. They have like entire teams. That's another slide for later. So no questions. I want more gacha in Atomi games. I don't know what look. If you play gacha games, you're gonna need more money than time. I got nothing for you there. If you're, I don't know if there's gacha streamers. Are there gacha streamers? I should have put that in the streamer category. I don't know if there are. Are there? Why do it? The song's very fitting. Why hire people when you can have chat do it for you for free? Because you have to pay them, Sai. You have to pay people for their work. I tried to pay the people who spell corrected this stream for me, and they refused. I had to pay them in my time now. I had to go play Final Fantasy 14. I'm contractually obligated to play Final Fantasy 14 now. There is no such thing as free when there's work. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. People need to be paid for their time. People need to be paid for their time. Unless they're voluntarily running your sub channel for you. Or not your sub channel, your VOD channel. That's on them. I'm looking at you, Wolf. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Well, any questions? Any questions? Honestly, the more money you have, the less time you'll spend on this stuff. You get an editor, you get all this stuff. I feel like it becomes much easier to do a lot of things. It frees up space. It makes it so you can focus more on your streams and being funny than actually prepping the streams. I think most of my time is spent on prepping streams for me, but that's because that's my style. I know some people just turn on games. Some motherfuckers, they just find a game, they play it, they're able to play it. I can't do that. I just can't. Variety streamers, we suffer from variety streameritis, where we're perpetually working towards the next stream or the next idea. This song's really sad. What the fuck? Next song. No questions? Can you pay me to watch this stream? You get bit boons if you watch my stream. It's not an official currency. That's, yeah, sure. Next slide. Consistency. Jesus, we're kind of, I like how I like slowly talking about this, but yeah, this is what we already talked about. Really big one. There's a huge problem lately. People stream too long. It's a meta thing. We'll definitely get into that one later too. But you need to decide how consistent you want to be. When I'm talking consistency, I'm talking about hours you stream and how often you stream. I stream within a time frame between 4 p.m. That's when I start my stream. 4 p.m. to 7-ish p.m. And then I stream from whenever to it's like 3 in the fucking morning. Okay? And people come to expect you to stream those times on certain days. And if you're super fucking consistent, this matters. Even if you're smaller, this matters. If you're super fucking consistent, people will stick around and they'll expect you to stream at those times and they'll show up. Consistency is second to content. Okay? It is super fucking omega important. Okay? I cannot stress this. This does matter. You need this in your notes. All right? And you don't need to stream for long times. You can stream for fucking 2 hours. As long as you start streaming at a normal fucking time and people expect you to stream on certain days. And if you don't stream on those days, tell them, hey, I can't stream on this day. Fuck you. I'm taking a break. Okay? But yeah. Wait, we're taking... There's a quiz at the end of this. Have you been paying attention at all? Have any of y'all been paying attention at all? I hope you have. This is all good. You're going to be tested on all of this. You're going to be fucking tested on all of this shit. I hope you understand. In one ear, out the other. Perfect. Like a real streamer. Like a real streamer. All right. Any other questions? No? Okay. Community. Oh, boy. Oh. There's a lot to this. I think I should have made this its own category, but I just didn't have enough time. I did not have enough time it's very important that you cultivate a really good community and that it feeds back into you, because they're going to treat you like shit no matter what you do. But it's important that you kind of like, your community feeds back into your content. It feeds back into your motivation to stream. And if your chat keeps punching at you, then you're not going to want to stream. Okay, that's just the truth. All right, like I can only be heckled so much every day, and that's why usually those people get banned, unless it's funny. Most of the time they're not funny after like the first 2 jokes. But yeah, it's just something you need to keep in mind, that generally if your community is shit, it's probably because you're shit, and your community is reflexive of who you are. And sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's reflexive of the game you're playing. But it's up to you to manage your community and make sure that it's a place that people want to be and they're comfortable being in. And that's a super fucking important thing. Especially when you're starting out. This is super important when you're starting out. Okay? You got to make sure that that shit's on lock and you have a good mod team. And I'm not saying mod your best friends who don't give a shit. I'm saying like mod people in your community who give a fuck about your community and want to see it grow and want to see it become successful. Okay? Because if you just mod your friends and they don't moderate your shit, it's probably going to set a bad precedent. And I'm not saying that your friends can't be mods, because most of my friends are my mods. But make sure that they want to like bear watching you talk for 8 hours as a baby seal on screen. Okay? There's really not much else to it. There's really not much else to it. Who do you mod before you have a community? I don't know. Usually some people just mod people. They just mod people that they like in their chat. I recommend modding people that you think are going to be a good choice for the long con in your chat, who give a fuck about your community. You're going to figure out who they are pretty quickly. Don't mod people you like. Mod people you think, well, you can mod people you like, but make sure that make sure they're on board with what you want to have your stream be, okay? Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of growing pains as a streamer. And it will happen. You'll have a lot of growing pains. You'll have a lot of bad people in your community you're going to have to ban. But your mods are going to help take care of that shit for you. And it's just super important that you hammer out what you're about early, figure out what your rules are, what your principles are, and then just enforce those rules. And that way you can enjoy streaming. If not, your stream's going to be a shit show. You're not going to want to go live. You're going to hate your community. It's going to be fucking hell. It's just not going to be, it's not going to be a fun trip. It's really not. It's not. Or you could be cool and have no rules. That sounds terrible. That sounds awful. Not even the larger streamers do that. You know, not even the larger streamers. Hey Blair, thanks for the raid. But yeah, just cultivating something that you want to be around. Planning community events is super important. I fucking love doing that. We do that shit fucking constantly. Keeps people fucking excited, fucking plugged in. I like fucking playing with people. Fuck you guys. What else is there in here? Kind of like a no-brainer kind of thing. The more you put in, the more you get out, pretty much. And since my content is literally based off of you guys and me reacting off of you, it's like super big brain shit. Like super duper big brain shit. Like 90% of my content is literally me reacting off of you. Literally. PregChamp. Exactly. Exactly. What else is in here? Hold on. Let me kind of go through this. It's like such a big category. I don't know how to fucking cover this all. I feel like I talk about this quite a lot already in most of my streams. They fucking suck. Don't listen to anything your chat says. Yeah, exactly. This slide's perfect. Let's see. Yeah, no, I pretty much covered everything. Just, hey, treat your community good, they treat you good. That's pretty much it. Focus on your community and they'll focus on you. Make it an interesting place to be, and they'll fucking, you know, make it good. Fuck you. All right, any questions? We smell. That's true. That's a fact. You guys actually do fucking smell. Can you grade my notes? No, because you're already behind in class. I've already given you enough chances. Just show up to fucking class, Sci-Fry. All you have to do is show up to fucking class. Is there extra credit opportunities? No, it's just attendance. I only grade off attendance because I'm a bad teacher and I'm really boring to be around. Next slide. Next slide. All right. Listen up, chat. Ignore that last slide. This is a fun category. This is the new shit. This is the shit I'm excited to talk about. All right, this is the realest of the real shit right here. Everybody falls within a category and they're all interchangeable. You could be more than one, but more than likely you're gonna lean one way or the other. And there are some classes I'm missing. All right, but everyone is a class. All right, you have a job to pick. You have a field you want to be in. You have a thing that works for you. You have a thing that works for your viewers. Some people fall into categories where they just get viewers and that's where they're stuck, you know? And that's okay, because streaming is a job, so fuck you. But I have the luxury of being a variety streamer, which is like the best worst one. So yeah, anyways, before we go any further, we need to figure out what kind of class you're in. That's pretty much what we just talked about. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. All right. Fighting game streamer. This is a weird first slide to start on. This is a very strange first slide to start on. But hold on, can I move myself a little bit? I don't really care that much, but there's nowhere I can really go. I'm too big. Look, all you need to know. Oh Jesus, there's so much here. This is a weird one to start out with. I feel like I should have organized these ones a little better. Not large enough. I wish I could have made myself larger, but I was covering too many of the slides. I was covering too many of the fucking slides. I fucking love this though. But yeah, fighting game streamers. They're kind of like, I feel like we should have covered the other streamers before I covered this, but you have to be the master of just chatting to do this. You need to be really good at fucking talking, because no one really wants to watch you play fighting games except for people who watch fighting games, which there are like 5 people who watch those. And the rest of your audience pretends that they play fighting games to be cool. That's like actually how it works. Most people, they're just fucking pretending, okay? They're like Smash players or something. I don't fucking know. I have no fucking clue, all right? Like I pretend to play fighting games. But also Twitch culture comes from fighting games. Yeah, that was back when it was super niche though. I feel like it's really evolved since then. It's really like, it's kind of left fighting games. Like you don't really hear people talking about salty bets anymore, you know what I mean? But fighting games is the most gamer thing ever, but most of the, if we go to any fighting game category, there's not a lot of viewers in it, except for maybe 3 or 4 streamers. And they're all Omega big dick huge, and they don't just play fighting games, and most of their content revolves around them talking about fighting games, but not so much playing fighting games, which is kind of weird. Same with like Asmongold and MMOs, which we'll also get into soon. There's a weird thing where people are fascinated by the idea of these old niche things that maybe they participate in it, but they're not fully invested. And having this outlet kind of plugs back into just chatting in a way. But yeah, like Sagem, for example, huge, big example. A lot of people watch Sagem. I don't know how many of you here watch Sagem. Raise your hands. Show of hands, please. Show of hands. Who? Exactly. Not a lot of you gonna know who he is, but he's a pretty popular streamer. He's a fighting game streamer. And a lot of fighting game streamers aren't even good at fighting games. Actually, I don't want to say that. I want to start. I don't want to backpedal out of this one. I can't backpedal out of it. Look, some of them aren't. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Some of them aren't good. I'm not saying Sagem isn't, but I'm saying, you know, a lot of them. Look, they're not as good as me. I'm the best fighting game streamer who ever existed. Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. Catch me outside. But a lot of your content is gonna revolve around you talking about you know, events or other streamers in that category. It's super weird. It's hard to explain this because I think people, like I said before, it's just people being fascinated by the idea of fighting games, not so much playing fighting games. I can guarantee you most of the people watching the top streamers in the fighting game categories are not playing fighting games actively anymore, or they've only played a fighting game a couple of times. They're just only there to watch the streamer talk about the bullshit that happens within the fighting game community or how things work. Or, I mean, that's why Sagem's so successful, is because he kind of talks about like commentating and all the stories around it. And it's like a very generalized thing. And it's super interesting to hear his stories and stuff. You know what I mean? Or Maximilian, who I think is more of a variety streamer, but he's still a fighting game streamer. He's probably the biggest one, right? Am I wrong? I think he's the biggest one right now. Right? Someone here probably knows. Gossip streams, exactly. Also, FGC, they're really good. They're insanely good at starting like some WWE like kayfabe kind of like, you know, like fake beef shit. You know what I mean? And people love that shit. People fucking love. Oh, Wooly. Is Wooly fucking? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. It's kind of weird to think about. I think he's also kind of a little bit variety too, though. I think a lot of the top fighting game streamers they do a lot of variety in between. There's a lot of them who are really good at games, who deserve way more viewers. FAB, Hotashi, you name them. They don't get a lot. They definitely should get more. I don't know about Hitachi. I think he gets probably about the same I do, I think. And he definitely deserves way more. He's like one of the best players in Guilty Gear right now. Like one of the best. Same with Deb. She's like one of the best fighting game streamers out there. I highly recommend Deb. She's the only fighting game streamer I know that does VTubing at the same time actively. And also she's like the best Happy Chaos player. Or one of the best players in the game. There's a lot of them, but and also she watches she does a lot of reaction content. I think a lot of them just do a lot of reaction content. A lot of them do. 90% of your content will be reaction content or to non-fighting exactly. It says here in the slide even. Any questions about this? Anyone here curious about being a fighting game streamer who think I'm wrong? A good chunk of fighting game streamers are groups of level up / spooky / WNF. I don't know what half of that even means, but that's some big brain shit. Jello would know more than me in this category. But this is just stuff I've observed. How do I get good? You don't. In fact, people watch you be bad at a fighting game more than they'll watch you be good at a fighting game, to be honest. That's something I've learned. As one of the top 10 Guilty Gear streamers at 3 in the morning. as one of the tops out there who doesn't know how to play the game at all. Will people watch me if I'm bad at Osu? Rhythm games is a different category. I am not sure. I am not sure what to tell you about that one. But there is an Osu category people watch. Hey Boon, does Boon have Nightbot access enabled for mods? I don't know. It should be. I'll have to double check afterwards. I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Any questions? No questions? Cool. Next slide. VTuber! Let's go! Let's go, baby! Woo! 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 The future of streaming is here! No, I'm being honest. It is. Everyone thought this would just be a fad that went and passed in a year. It is here to stay. And I'm sorry to tell you that their formatting has actually forever changed variety streaming. A lot of people have adopted what VTubers do. And vice versa. VTubers adopted a lot of things that variety streamers did, and they improved upon them, and they added a bunch of weird, like crazy shit, like week-long scheduling, which wasn't common before. It was not very common before. People would plan out streams weeks in advance. They started that trend. That's the reason why I literally copied their formatting, minus the VTubing stuff. They pre-planned literally everything. They used more than just YouTube to advertise. They have the best strategies. I think that they just have the right idea on literally fucking everything. Also, some of the best VTubers to watch right now is your father dad as the actual VTube, Anubis, who plays Final Fantasy, and Sam Strippin, the best VTuber who ever lived. But don't tell him that. Don't tell him that, though. Don't tell him that. He will not like that at all. At all. This essentially is one of the hardest forms of streaming. I really wish I covered just chatting and variety first, but you guys kind of already know what those are. You know, you guys already kind of have an idea of what those are. But essentially a VTuber is just a variety streamer with like 8 extra steps. Granted, some of them just turn on stream and they play Valorant. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Just like any variety streamer, sometimes you can just turn on a stream and just fucking go, right? But a lot of them do schedule out their streams and they post them on Twitter with a fucking video and it's all edited and done up all pretty and fucking crazy. It's actually insane to me how advanced their shit is and how like they started advertising on TikTok, YouTube, fucking Twitter, it's fucking everywhere. Every fucking platform they reach out and they fucking, I don't know. There's something about them. I've talked about with Sci-Fi before. It's the culture of VTubing that makes VTubing so good, because a lot of variety streamers, we've been around for a while, or we're in the same headspace as a lot of variety streamers who've been around a while. And there's a culture, and it's really weird. It's a very strange culture where if you have people outside of your variety streaming bubble, it's harder to reach out to them and collaborate with them, or it's hard to reach out with them and play games with them, or just even talk to them, because everyone's kind of in their own bubble and they've been in those bubbles for a long time. I'm lucky to have networked with a lot of people and made a lot of friends outside of it, but it is super fucking hard. It is super fucking hard. Because a lot of people who are a part of variety culture have been in YouTube for a long time, and that culture is kind of just cultivated into like a weird mess of it being like really hard to just contact each other and to like network and stuff like that. It just doesn't happen as much as we'd like to. Even though variety streamers do network quite a lot, more than a lot of other streamers, it's so compared to VTubers can walk up to each other and be like, oh, you're a cat girl, I'm a rat girl, let's fucking stream. And they're like, all right, let's fucking go. And then they just do it. You know what I mean? And then they just fucking do it. I'm not even lying. It's literally like, oh, your fucking thing is cute. I love your thing. Cool, sick, cool. Let's fucking go. And that's it. With variety streamers, it's like, okay, I'm typing them a message. Hey, hey man, I haven't talked to you in a year. You want to play Tarkov? No, man, I don't play Tarkov. I only do GTRP. Oh, okay. You want to play GTRP? I'm on NoPixel. Oh. Okay. I guess we can't play together. That's it. That's you know what I mean? Like most of the, or like they play Among Us, or it's not anyone's fault. It's just literally like it's just different. It's just VTubing. It's like, hey, you want to play Dead by Daylight? I've never played that before. Yeah, well, you want to play it? Yeah, sure, let's play it. I'm a bear VTuber and you're a bear VTuber. Let's go. And then they go and they do it, and they never talked to each other before. Like there's a huge weird networking culture. Like their culture is like they don't really pick and choose either. They kind of just like, are you a VTuber? Cool, let's hang out. Let's go. Like that's. It's kind of crazy to me. I kind of like the culture on it, because it's not really based on like viewer metrics. It's not based on any of this stuff. I'm not saying that any of the people I hang out with do that. I don't. In fact, most of my friends don't give a fuck about that shit. That's why I hang out with them. But like a lot of people outside of that culture of my little sphere are very much in a different mindset, and it's super hard to communicate and contact people. It really is. It's harder to break in. I've had an easier time talking to VTubers. I know I have more VTuber friends now than in 3 weeks than I have like in a fucking long time with streamers. It's like insane to think about. It's so crazy. They absolutely pick and choose kind of Krungo. Compared to other fields, it is significantly easier. And on Twitter, they communicate to each other way better. I see them do there, and the reason why I say this is that there's always a collab going on with a VTuber literally almost every other day on each of their fucking channels, which never happens unless you're with like variety streamers, unless you're in a group, and it's always the same 20 to 10 people. Okay, it's super rare. Like I'm one of the few lucky people who networks outside of that, and it's still fucking hard to find people to play with. It is, which is why I have Sci-Fry, my homie Sci-Fry. But yeah, no, I 100% stand on this idea. I think that it's way easier to network with VTubers. They're way more open. Their entire work ethic is completely different. Their culture is newer. It's more welcoming. Will that stay the same forever? I don't know. Could change. But right now, I think that there's a lot of good things that VTubers have brought to the platform. A lot of them have adopted the idea of long streams, like doing sub marathons, which I don't agree with, because it works for growing a community. More on that later. I really hate that shit. That is the one thing I don't like right now that's going on in Twitch. It's a big problem that I hope will change, but I don't think it will. And it stresses me the fuck out. Any questions on VTubers? Or does anyone disagree with me? I know a lot of people probably disagree with me on this, but I'm pretty injected into this culture now well enough to know that I like a lot of them. Sam seems to be bringing a lot of streamers. Yeah, I think, okay, I could be wrong on that. I think that's a lot easier now, but like that's also the VR chat people. So it's a little different. Like you can interchange, you can still network outside of your bubble. I'm just saying that it is kind of like one of those things that I feel like I have an easier time talking to VTubers. Just saying, I'm just gonna say that much right now. But also you have to be a larger streamer to network with a lot of variety streamers. You have to find people at your own level. VTubers don't really worry about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But that's not to say, I think Tectone's doing a lot of good shit for the platform. And same with Sam and my friends. They're like, Tectone literally networks with literally anyone, pretty much. It's actually kind of insane. But that's also because it's a VTube culture thing, I feel like. Because he started hanging out with VTubers. I don't know, I could be wrong about this, but that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. I think that a lot of this stuff is like a very new thing, and it's a breath of fresh air for the platform, and it's been much needed. I could be just talking out my ass and be completely wrong, but I feel like this is true. Like 100%. And I know a lot of people are like, VTubers is like, get used to it. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is the future. Because Twitch, no one's gonna watch boomers play. Dude, like, eventually in a few years, I'm gonna be in my 30s. No one's gonna fucking care, alright? Let the new blood come in, let the new content fucking flow. Let that new content fucking flow, baby. Any questions? A lot of VTubers play Apex. Play Apex. I would love to play Apex, but no one will watch me play that. More on that in another slide. You say that, but Germa's different. Germa's a machine, all right? He's the exception, okay? That's like, that guy is like a machine, all right? And I'm not even gonna bother comparing myself to him. That's like a different, he's operating in a different fucking existence than me. There's no comparison. Also, it's not good for me to compare myself to a god. Anyways, up next. ASMR streams. Super popular, very niche. Kind of two different things I just said there. They're super niche, but there's not a lot of them to go around. So it's very, if you're good at it, you can garner a lot of views very quickly. But you will be stuck in that category. So if you like ASMR, you like doing it, then go on ahead and do it. I can't speak a lot for the culture of it. I don't hate on it. I get it. Some people like it. That's pretty much it. I don't really know what else to say about it. I'm not into it though. Next slide. MMO streamers. Not a lot of them. There's Esfon, Nasman Gold, Rich. They're all part of the same bubble. You're gonna see a lot of. I probably shouldn't talk about this stuff so much, but like I think everyone notices. I think everyone knows. All these categories do in fact have their own bubbles. Okay. And it's very hard for them to segue out of those bubbles. And people are finally starting to do it, which I think is super important for the longevity of Twitch. Because Twitch is kind of... we're kind of leaving the idea of Twitch as a gaming platform and more of Twitch as a just overall live streaming entertainment platform. Which it was trying to be a few years ago when a certain streamer who's banned that I can't talk about anymore really did change how people perceived Twitch. And they started watching IRL streams. And then that stopped happening. And then the platform changed back into a gaming platform, sort of. And into a Minecraft platform, which you guys don't even know about. Most of us don't know that Twitch is a Minecraft platform, too. A lot of people don't talk about that. Because it's fucking insane. Twitch longevity. Well, Twitch is... I had a chart that shows the growth of Twitch. Its continual growth is actually insane. It only continues to grow. It's still in its infancy, believe it or not. Twitch is very niche. It's only now just starting to garner enough popularity where Amazon is now finally generating profit from it. But that's inherent in the idea that a lot of celebrities and a lot of people outside of Twitch are coming into Twitch. And they're not streaming, variety games. They're streaming themselves reading news articles. They're streaming themselves fucking doing slots. They're streaming themselves doing anything but games. Hell, I watch Mizkip. He says he's a variety streamer. I don't see that motherfucker play games. I've never seen that motherfucker play a game unless it's a sponsored segment. Okay? Like, that's just... The cold hard truth is that most of the top 10 streamers aren't playing games anymore. That's just not a thing. Games are just there as a lubricant for talking. It's like a padding of sorts. Okay? Like... To be a good streamer, you must first figure out how to be good at talking about bullshit for hours, even if you're wrong. Even if you're 100% wrong. Okay? And I guarantee you, most of my streamer friends who are watching me give this class have already left because they disagree with everything I'm saying. But this is how I see it. This is the world I live in, damn it. But MMO streamers are another one of those categories where they say they play games, but they fucking don't. But they fucking do not. They don't. They turn on the game to complain about the game. The game is there as a lubricant as to why they are the way they are. Just like how the guy who invented Ethereum did it because they nerfed the Shadow Priest in World of Warcraft and it inspired him to go into cryptocurrency. Isn't that fucking stupid? Anyway, look, at the end of the day, you are the poison you picked, all right? And MMO streamers, they bathe in it. They live in it. They breathe in it. They breathe in it. Wasn't it a warlock? I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, do not be fooled. They do play WoW. Okay? They do play Final Fantasy 14. But their content, well, actually, Final Fantasy 14 streamers actually just play Final Fantasy 14 because they're just raiding all the time. That's different though. I'm not speaking on behalf of that. Most MMO streamers in general, the idea of their streams revolve around them eat, sleep, and breathing their game. But it's also a side thing that they use in the background to play videos for 90% of their fucking stream. Like 90% of their stream is just them reacting to content either about the game being bad or just about something completely different, like a trial or something that's going on. I don't know. It doesn't fucking seem to matter. But it's really hard to get into this category. You have to be a well-known MMO streamer already. 99% of your audience won't even play the game. They won't even be playing the game that you play actively. It's literally just a just chatting category with extra steps. Okay, that's literally it. Any questions on this one? This is a weird category. It also has like a super bubble. I don't know anything about this community at all. It is so strange because they don't really, I guess outside of OTK, if you're not in OTK, you're out of luck. I don't think there's very much networking outside of that except for NoPixel. That somehow has a connection to that. MMO streams are almost an old art form at this point. Exactly. And then there's another fringe category of MMO streamers that play old Korean like MMOs, and that's like a whole different ballpark. That is like a whole different world that I don't even know what the fuck that's like, and it is insane. It is like, woo, what's going on there? What is happening? What is happening? Anyways, any questions? Because anyone who actively plays the game will realize quick that the streamer is complaining of it, they'll switch different that's, I guess that could be true, but at the same time, I feel like most people who play like WoW, for example, hate WoW. I think the only example that doesn't stick is Final Fantasy. I think the Final Fantasy stream community is, they just built differently. They're just happy. They're just happy little fuckers, dude. They're like, I don't know. Maybe that's like heaven. I don't know what's going on over there. I want to be what they're on, man, to be honest. They're just happy all the time. Until they try to find housing, then it's like real life, apparently. And it's actual hell. Then it's just like actual fucking hell. I don't know. WoW has been depressing for years. Oh, no, it's been depressing since it started, if you ask any WoW streamer. They even complain about vanilla or classic. It doesn't matter. This is a really weird thing to say. This also applies to games like Dead by Daylight and Hunt Showdown, minus the reaction part. The idea of you eat, sleep, breathing, and dying by the game and hating the game at the same time. The Dead by Daylight community hates Dead by Daylight, and they love watching people complain about Dead by Daylight. It is just a thing they do, and I say power to them. I say, same with Hunt Showdown players. They fucking hate the game. They fucking hate the shit out of it. And they'll let you know. But they're nice people. They just hate their game. It's like a hard drug. They're like doing crocodile. They're like, don't do this shit, man. Don't fucking do this shit. But hey, by the way, if you do crocodile, I like you. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Anyways, next slide. By the way, I don't continue to use the drugs. Anyways, next slide. Just chatting streamers. Jeez, I feel like this should have been the first slide. This is just me. I'm just self-inserting myself into here. you need the ability, and this is like, just chatting is not, if you're able to spew bullshit, then you're gonna fit right into this category. If you have a hard time, you can practice up and you'll eventually get there. You'll eventually start to understand how to do it. Just constantly talk, constantly yap. Okay, if you can constantly spew bullshit out your mouth, you're fine. Even if you're wrong, even I like how these slides kind of coincide with what I'm saying. But yeah, I suffer from an issue where if I stop talking for a few moments, I actually stress out, which has happened to me 5 times this stream. I've counted. The man with the whip in my head is very persistent on certain days. All right. That man with the whip, whoosh, he just gets closer every time I stop talking, dude. He gets closer and closer, dude. I'm telling you. But you know, a lot of just chatting streamers, and I feel like we're ADHD'd up. There's something up. I don't know what it is, but we're able to talk. Ask Sput. Ask me. Ask Games John. I don't know. Ask Gmart maybe. I don't know. Look, there's a lot to be taught. There's a lot to say, but not a lot that makes sense. You know, you just gotta talk. You gotta talk. Any questions about this? This is actually, if you want to know how to do this or any of this stuff so far, or have a question about what you'd like to do, now's the time. You have to be unhinged to talk constantly. It's kind of true, but I feel like being unhinged is also kind of stressful. You know, like me bringing up slobs. You know, people are like, "Ew, slobs. Why would you bring up slobs?" I'm like, well, you know, fucking use it if you want to. Who cares? You know what I mean? But like, then you're like, "Oh fuck, but I should have talked about that." Who fucking knows? Whatever. Any questions? Do you ever make stream talking bullet points before you start stream? Actually, yes, I do. But that's just me. I don't. I do a lot of things that aren't normal. Sometimes I'll open up a notepad and type down all the things I want to talk about for the first hour of streams, and then after that, I close it out and then just go off what the game gives me. I have to physically do that because my brain does not organize things. But some people can just do that. Normal people can just do that. So I don't know what the fuck that's like. I can completely make up fake stories and tell them, then you're ready. You're ready to go. Just chatting is just one of the hardest categories to get started in. That might be true, because I feel like you kind of need some grease in the gears before people can reliably come to you for your talking and your personality, right? But once you're large enough, it doesn't matter. People will just come watch you no matter what you do, even if it's like a slot machine. It's just like the hype based around. It's so weird. I'd love to talk about more, but it's like I feel like we're gonna cover that in another slide in a second here. Just chatting is the most oversaturated section. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can see that, because it's like a whatever category, right? But it's not like a lot of people just chatting aren't actually just chatting. They're probably like, I don't know, filming their toilet or something. Who knows, dude? If you go to just chatting at night or IRL streaming at night, it is just like a bunch of like anime pirated stuff or weird fringe streams. You don't know what the fuck's going on, dude. There's one where it was just Google Earth and no talking with a bot. It was scary. I have no idea what was going on there. There's huge competition if just chatting starting out. Why should people watch over someone else? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess just be good at talking. Just talk. Just talk. You're pretty good at talking. We're both pretty good at talking. I think that a lot of us have a good chance of making it. Everyone here should stream. You'll all 100%. We'll be good. Well, at least me and Distant will be good. All of you won't be. But you know what? That's all that matters. And Shoes should definitely stream too. And Blair. I love a good weird fridge cryptid stream at 4. Yeah, exactly. Streamer told me my dreams are coming true. Pog. Yeah, give up your work. Go streaming. Don't actually do that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, because there's shit I just don't understand why people watch me. If I could tell you why people watch me, I could tell you why you can succeed in this category with certain knowledge, but I don't know. I just say shit. Like right now, I feel like I'm being boring, but there's 300 of you watching, so I guess something's going on. That's right. Anyways, any more questions? I already sent in my 2 weeks notice. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell. No questions? You have a great voice? Really? Damn, I didn't know that. What the fuck? Sick. I'll take that. Or full-time job with financial security, or be like BOON. Okay. You have a point. Look, I just like doing what I do. Like, I just really like doing what I do. And it's enough for me to get by. And if that's the case, I'll keep doing it for as long as I can. Anyways, next slide. I just mortgaged my house. Let's just stream it, baby. Oh, Jesus Christ. Variety streamer. Now, I'm a bit of both just chatting variety, like a hybrid mix. I know that there's a lot of other streamers who are like that too. I think Tomato's also one. I think Tomato does a lot of just chatting. Sput does a lot of just chatting. Gmart does a lot of just chatting. There's a lot of people like, I think almost all my friends do that. We're all kind of hybrids. We're all very good at this field of just talking nonsense, you know, the gift of gab or Gabe or whatever the fuck it's called. But variety streaming, oh boy, I could talk this one to death. I think I already did. But I mean, I know I said there's a bubble in it, like there's like a lot of people in it and they don't communicate with each other, but it's not always true. There's a lot of people who do network, but I think it's in the higher levels. The smaller levels, it's kind of hard to find other variety streamers that are mid-level, I think is what I'm trying to say. There's not a whole lot of us. You're either not really there, or you're at the top, or you're a VTuber, which is like, I think why it works so well. You know, I think that's why it works so fucking well. So variety streamers will basically have a different game each stream. What are streamers? Hold on, sorry, I'm like, my brain's frying because I'm talking so much. What are streamers that stick to a series have certain days for? Okay, are you trying to say what, like the streamers who play like a game consistently for a week straight? Because variety streamers do that too. But then there's variety streamers who stream for a game for a month straight, and there is a category for that we're going to go into. It has its own category. It's kind of a weird one. It's specifically for larger streamers, though. It's very, very specific one. Why is there seal arriving? Am I being raided? Well, that scares me. I don't know what's going on with that. Anyways, Seal, no, come back. I don't know what to say about this. I've already talked about this to death. It's just, be prepared to plan a lot of streams if you're a larger streamer. If you're a smaller variety streamer, don't worry about it. Just play what you like. Just play what you like. People will come. But this one is like a field. Same with like VTubing. Same with any of the variety streaming stuff. It requires fucking work to source games. Like if you wonder why some streamers take more than 3 days off, it's because they spend a day doing something to one of their streams. I know almost every variety streamer, big or small, probably do this at one point or another. People will come. Exactly. Next slide. Reaction Andes! Another thing that I am. This is considered the easiest kind of content creation. However, it isn't always the best for growth. Usually it's just chatting for washed streamers. Wow, I'm really brutal with these slides, aren't I? I'm burning some bridges today, aren't I? Look, as a reaction, Andy, I can tell you I have days where I am washed. I have no content planned. There's nothing wrong with reaction streaming, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes you need to turn on a little YouTube video and get the gears going. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's up to us as streamers to kind of come up with our own original content. Or kind of. And if we're not doing that every single day, then I'm not going to mark you down for it. We all have our own fucking ways of streaming. So, hey, there's that. But it's just chatting. But I feel like it's a vacation. It's like a retirement plan for just chatting streamers. It is one of the top categories right now. But it's only for larger streamers. It's just super easy content to feed to people. Because, you just have to react. You just have to have something to say. Even if you're wrong. It could be literally anything. It could literally be anything. It didn't even have to... Is there a typo in there? Oh, yeah, I got really frustrated. I thought I thought that Bleepy probably corrected that. I forgot I did that. That was like last week. I did like a handful of like 10 slides last week, and then the rest of them today. What did I even say? Make sure that you're already consolidated streamer before doing. Otherwise, your chat will hate you. Well, at least you guys are spell checking my slides for me. I got mad there. I think I got mad with my dyslexia, and I said, "Fuck it." Any questions? Sometimes you gotta watch a guy brine some chicken, you know? I could do that. I watched some dude put veneer on tables for 8 hours straight on stream once, and talked about my life. It was a really weird stream. Didn't keep that VOD though. I have no questions. I'm surprised. I think I'm doing a bad job as a teacher if my class has no questions. Okay, next slide. Or maybe I'm doing a really good job. I don't know. Game of the month top streamers. This is what I was talking about before. So you'll have streamers, Summit, 1G, XQC, I don't know, you name it. Name like one of the top 10 streamers, Mizkif, where they, or Esfon rather, not Mizkif. Mizkif kind of just does whatever the fuck he wants. Where they will just do either like just chatting, or they'll play a game for like a month straight, and they'll make that game Esfond. I don't know how to pronounce this Twitch name. They just play one game for like a month fucking straight, whether it be GTRP or fucking Sea of Thieves or whatever. They just play that one fucking game, and they're like technically variety streamers, but they usually only play multiplayer oriented games. Some of them have professional backgrounds in games, but they're not really MLG anymore. They're just kind of there playing the game. But they're not quite like, when I think variety streamer, I think like Germa, I think like Tomato, I think like Kraken or something. You know what I mean? Like the quintessential, like, I'm playing this weird fucking thing today. Sometimes I'll play a game for a week, whatever. But like, that's, you know, but you know, we gotta keep moving on to the next thing. These guys are like, all right, I'm just gonna fucking play GTRP for fucking 3 months, and then slots the next month, and then I'm gonna play fucking Sea of Thieves. I'm gonna play Counter-Strike randomly between that, and then like it's always like kind of multiplayer focused kind of games, or RP focused games or something like that. But it's not like weird, like I'm gonna play a single player horror game. I'm gonna play 5 single player horror games. You know what I mean? Or Charborg. Charborg's a really good example. Charborg is always doing something. I feel like Charborg is the quintessential, like, I think if there's a streamer I look up to right now in their style and how they network and talk to people, Charborg is the guy. He is the man, dude. He finds some really funny fucking people. His content's always really good. I'm not saying this because he raids me all the time at all. Definitely not that. But I think Charborg's content is really good. I don't know. A lot of my friends, I look up to him, dude. Honestly, like, I turn their shit on and I wonder how the fuck are they able to be funny consistently all the time? Like, all the time. Like, every sentence, like, they're just harvesting lulls and shit, dude. Yeah, he's also playing super niche games. Like, he plays omega niche games. Like, super niche. Which is how I view variety streaming. That's, like, my ideal thing for variety streaming, but that's not always true. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people also think like Germa for variety. Like it's like kind of weird niche games or popular games, whatever's in the menu that week. But that's variety. Then there's true variety where you play AAA game titles too, which is like a different kind of breed. Like Sam's like a variety streamer, but like he focuses more on like larger titles and stuff. It's weird. There's different kinds of variety streamers. This is just one of the subcategories that's like super. This can also apply to smaller streamers too, but I know that this is like it only works with larger streamers usually, or RP streamers in general too. Well, we're gonna get into that. Anyways, next slide. Any questions on this one? Probably not. Next slide. If you aren't playing a game that belongs on it, looks like it belongs on PS1, then you aren't a variety streamer. That's not true. That's not true. Let me talk about the hardest category on Twitch. The hardest. This is the hardest. Next to VTuber, I think this is the hardest category. But IRL streamers won't tell you that. They'll tell you their job is easy, but that's because they have silver tongues and they're fucking freaks of nature. They are the best cringe category. If you think just chat, or if you think IRL streaming is cringe, it's probably because you've never watched a good IRL streamer before. I think that there's a ton of really good IRL streamers out there. And I in fact, at one point in time, thought IRL streaming was going to be the future of Twitch. Sadly, slots and reaction and just chatting became the categories for Twitch, which is good for me because I'm not a good looking guy. So I didn't have to worry about segueing into that as much because I was starting to try to do that and it didn't work. Also, COVID happened. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. But this was actually before COVID. GamesJohn and I discussed this a long time ago. The reason why it failed was because a lot of the big heads at the time that ran the category either left or got banned. Some for very good reasons. And it left a lot of bad taste in people's mouths. You know what I mean? There's a lot of drama in that field. So it kind of like died down. But the people that stayed have built from the ground up that category from the fucking grave. And I'm not saying Mr. Beast. I don't know why I put Mr. Beast in there. But Joey Chaotic, I always say his name. I used to call him Joey Tokyo. I always say his name wrong. Joey Chaotic, super fucking good. Super fucking good at streaming. Like, insanely good. And he's finally starting to get viewers too. I can't recommend him enough. He is one of the most charismatic people I've ever fucking met. I couldn't find a good gif of him. I don't know why I picked this one. It's kind of weird. I'm sorry, Joey, if this gets clipped to you and sent to you. I know this is kind of weird with like a little baby seal and you doing this gif thing next to Mr. Beast, but I'm sorry. I don't care. Fuck you. I love you, man. Good content. I feel like this category, it's just so hard to break into. What's funny was I opened up a stream last night when I was making this slide to see what he's talking about. And he literally was talking about this stuff. He was talking about how this category is super fucking niche now. It's hard to break into. It's hard to get momentum, and he wants to build it from the ground up. And I think he's done that. There's a lot of IRL streamers who do that, and also there's a lot of larger streamers can do IRL streaming too. By the way, larger streamers can do whatever the fuck they want 9 times out of 10, as long as there's speculative hype behind whatever they're doing. Which I could talk about later. I don't know if I made a slide for that. It's like a weird thing. It's just hype. Just like if your streamer does a new thing, it's super hype. You need to do a live Japan tour. Yeah, I know that would be huge. People would watch me do that. That'd be fun. I'd be terrible though. I'm not very good at. I'm like the most charismatic, awkward person you'll ever meet. I don't know how to explain it. I don't think. I'm kind of glad that I didn't do IRL streaming, to be honest. I don't think I would have done that well. Don't think I would have made a big splash in that field. But I think I would have made a splash or something. I don't know. Who knows? But I don't think it would have worked out for me, especially with all the other shit that's happened, you know, with fucking COVID and shit. You did do an IRL plane stream. Well, that was more IRL would be like me walking around the open. Also, like, the weird thing about IRL is IRL streamers will fucking lie to you and say that their job is easy. All they do is walk around restaurant to restaurant, ordering food and hanging out with their other IRL streamer friends and, like, visiting places. A lot of it is based on travel. That's true. But that shit is stressful. Have you ever tried to, like, plan a trip for a group of people, but then have a group of people strapped to your backpack that are screaming at you through a loudspeaker and making every situation fucking weird for you? And then you somehow making it funny as fuck? Like, that takes some fucking talent, man. I don't know what to tell you. This is like just chatting, but for like insane people. Like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. You have to be like, you have to have 10 charisma. Like, you have to have 10 fucking charisma to do that. And it's just, that's just impressive. I think that this is the hardest category to break into now. I don't recommend this for people unless you're super charismatic or you just like traveling a lot and you're super rich, or you're not rich and you're homeless. I don't fucking know. But it also requires the most amount of money to do, because you have this. I don't know if the prices have changed for this, but you have to have a mobile super Wi-Fi thing. Like a 8G motherfucking router on your back that costs you like $3,000 a fucking month or $1,000 a month to do, and then have all this equipment that someone could steal from you anytime. And there are tons of clips of IRL streamers having their equipment stolen from them live on stream, like literally getting stream sniped and having their equipment literally ripped from their hands from a viewer, them running off laughing, saying I did it, and then either them awkwardly bringing back the equipment or them throwing it off a bridge. So, you know, It's not an easy category. It's very stressful. People who do it, I adore them and I look up to them that do it well. Joey, keep doing what you're doing. I hope this category comes back to life. It needs life. Because I'm sick of watching reaction streamers only. Anyways, moving on. Even though I am a reaction streamer. RP streamers! Speaking of wearing a mask, this is exactly what RP streamers do. You aren't you anymore unless you're Chief or Sput, in which case you're you times 1,000. And also, may I point out that this is Sput's trivia section on his wiki page that he has for his character. Just for his character. Not even lying. Not even fucking lying. Like, it is insane. Also, the thing about RP streamers that stresses me out, because I used to be one, is that I feel like you don't have to plan content. You just show up. You just show up. You just get on, you wait in queue for 1,000 hours, and then you just show up, right? And that's the easy part. The hard part, the truly hard part about being an RP streamer is that this one is actually a bubble. Like, you are trapped. You are trapped in this sphere. I mean, yeah, sure, you might have access to some variety streamers and maybe people from OTK, but it's like a lot of people in the upper levels who don't care about networking outside of RP, and it's really weird. So you only really know other RPers, and they can only do RP, and you can never ever leave it. I got incredibly lucky. I got super lucky. Sput, myself, all my friends, I mean, they were already, you know, they weren't just RP streamers, but you know, I got lucky. I made my way with a shitty character called Tony Bartoni, which is essentially me with a shitty accent, and I had to build a character around it, and I was bad at role playing, and I still am. And I had to spend months, 12 hours plus every day playing this character to the point where I was going fucking crazy. Like, I am so glad I don't have to do that anymore. You had a shitty accent and a hilarious backstory. I wasn't even trying to roleplay, and I accidentally had one of the most important stories on the server at one point. It was so dumb. It made no sense. On several occasions, I caused server-wide wars, and I didn't even know the names of the gangs I started the wars with. It was like me, Sput, and Games John just setting the world on fire, man. But RP streamers are a different breed. It's a stressful job, but it's one of the more easier ones to do unless you take RP really seriously. In which case, I have no idea what that's hard. You'd have to ask Thor about that one. Thor will probably tell you 1,000 things about how it's hard. The real hard part is the community for RP streamers. Not to throw shade, but 99% of that community, oh boy. Oh boy. They are stands for characters and not for you. They don't care about you. They only care about your character, which is strange because 9 times out of 10, your character is just you being funny. And they will try to ship your character with other characters. They will write fan fictions about your character. Mind you, some of these viewers are in their 40s. It is really weird. I'm not saying 99%, but like there's like a very vocal like minority that is just like very surface level when you start streaming, and they all interchangeably watch everyone in the RP sphere. And the RP sphere isn't as big as people think. People think it's huge. It's not. There are like 100 RP streamers. And right now, most of them are in NoPixel now. But like there are only 100 of them that are like super active and super good, right? So they just hop around that sphere and they just do crazy shit. But that's not to say that all of them are bad. A lot of them are really funny and cool. But you know, there's just be prepared for the weird, okay? Or doing something in character and then your chat being like, but Tony Bartoni wouldn't do that. I'm like, bro, how do you know what the fuck he would do? How do you know what the fuck this guy would do? This guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing. It's literally just an idiot. Like, it's just a shit character. Like, and people will argue about what you do. Dude, I am so glad I'm out of this category. I think if you're on NoPixel, you're doing good. You're living the dream. I would do it if I could. My content would be so much easier. I would have to plan stuff. But at the same time, I kind of like what I'm doing here. And I really like, if you want to watch an RP streamer who's really good, who has a really good community, you should go watch Sput, because I'm pretty sure we share a community. If you want to avoid that terrible community, Sput's got the good one. That falls within the community category of the slides. He cultivated a pretty good community. He's got some good art. He's better at talking than I am by a long shot. So much so that he can make fun of people and they can't talk back to him until you can talk back to him. Then he doesn't know what to do. But yeah, really good streamer. Go watch Sputted Kiss or Sput. I think his name's just Sput now, right? His name's just Sput now. Go watch Sput. Go watch Charble. Go watch my friends. They're really cool, welcoming people. Anyways, next slide. Actually, any questions about RP streaming? I'm just trying to lengthen this for as long as I can because we're about halfway through now, I think. I could probably lengthen this forever, honestly. I don't care. Look, I put a lot of work into this, man. I gotta make this last as long as I can. Tomato and Spot had the best insults in the game. Same with Games John. Which Games John stream still, though? I miss that guy. That guy was like, that guy could be a top 10 streamer. I'm just throwing compliments left and right. That guy could literally be a top 10 streamer if he just fucking streamed. I missed him so much. I need someone to steal jokes from. You know? It's hard to come up with content. It's really hard. Miss that guy. Really funny dude. Writing this down. Thinly, you could do the same if you streamed. You're in the same kind of like... You have the same kind of humor. You're really like funny to be around. You're a nice guy. You're cursed. I mean, you have all the machinations of some kind of streamer I definitely watch. You just stream, please. For the love of God, you and Papa need to stream. You're just wasted. Every time you play a game, just fucking stream. Games John promised me if I bought someone Valorant skins, he would stream again. He conned you. He NFT conned you in real life, dude. Get NFT conned, bro. I'm sorry. Being cursed is key. Yeah, no, I mean, I've accepted that I'm cringe. I don't even fucking care anymore. I just stopped caring. RP, anything will always have spooky freaks somewhere. Beware. Exactly. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. People are gonna write fan fictions, you know? It's just how it is. Oh, I forgot to put speedrunners in here. Fuck. That is a, well, remind me at the end of the slides to cover any categories I may have missed. I could talk about them in depth. I forgot about speedrunners. That is a different beast altogether. They're enjoyable. That falls within a lot of different categories though. It's a very interchangeable category. In fact, we do have a professional speedrunner in chat right now. Your father, Dad, the professional VTube speedrunner himself. Just really good at games the same as speedrunners? Okay, sick, easy. It's hard to do. Anyways, MLG just really good at games, dude, or stuff. This is there was an old slide in last year's thing where it's like, do you want to live and die by your game? There are streamers who live and die by their game. Which are not variety streamers, you know, a lot of them fall within this field, right? They're just gamers. Some of them aren't. Some of them just play Dead by Daylight. They really like it. They talk shit about it. Same with Hunt Showdown. Same with Tarkov. A lot of them are really good at the game, but they're just in an MLG field, right? So I'm going to talk about them really quick first, because it's kind of the same difference. Is that there's these games that have reoccurring content, and their feedback loops are so self-gratifying and so long-term and so grindy, and there's so many mechanics and things that you need to know that you can stream the game for literally every day for 3 years plus. And those guys can do really good if they just constantly stream that game over and over and over and over and over again. You don't need to worry about being a really good talker as much. You just need to be worried about knowing the game and being able to answer chat's questions and listening to their complaints and listening to the same complaints and questions every single day for 3.5 years until the life cycle of the game has diminished so much so that you cannot make a living off the game anymore. Unless you're lucky and you pick, like, I don't know, fucking Tarkov or something. Or Minecraft or something. But those are very specific things. Because like with Minecraft or Tarkov, you can kind of branch out into other games. But with like Dead by Daylight, it's kind of hard finding other games like Dead by Daylight that your audience would like. A lot of your audience is watching you specifically for that game. Same with BR game streamers. You're stuck there. You're just trapped. You're trapped in this little pin, and there's no, and okay, I probably should have said variety streamers are in a bubble. I feel like I jumped the gun on that, because if we really want to talk about people being trapped in a bubble, and not like a speculative bubble that's about to pop, I'm talking like a social bubble. BR streamers have no segue into any other field unless they leave. Unless they're lucky, they get large enough that they can segue out of it. Same with VR chat streamers, which they finally found a way to that when the speculative bubble bursted on VR streamers, and it got really hard for any VR streamer to be successful anymore. I should put VR streamers in here because they're a really good example. Once the bubble bursted, the ones that remain that became popular are now free to go to any field they want to go into at any given time, and they can network with anybody. But before they couldn't. Before they were kind of stuck in the VR world. It was just too big. There's so many little social bubbles, and then when the interest died down, the real one stayed. Just like in any market. The real ones stay, and they get larger than ever, and they continue to grow, and they become like the pillars of this new kind of category they've built, and they can build onto that category however they want. Does that make sense? It sounds so fucked up saying this shit. I know it does, but this is just how it is. This is just how it is. Is there? Hold on. Where was I going with this? Sorry, I remember when Strippin was a Minecraft streamer. Well, that's the thing. It's really hard to break out of your field. I'm impressed. Sam is. That is impressive. You know, because Sam wasn't that big back then. I don't think. Like he wasn't like one of the top Yogcast boys. He wasn't really like the top in his field, but like he broke out and he climbed out that hole, and he's still growing. He's still growing. So Minecraft was his game. Well, YouTube, being big on YouTube and being big on Twitch, I feel like are two different things too. It's really, sometimes there is no connection. Sometimes there is. It's really weird. I could go into that for hours, but it's a weird thing. Oh, I didn't even cover this. Sorry. I got side tangents into VR streaming and this like weird speculative bubble thing. But like if you pick a game and you're really good at the game, and you hone your craft, and you focus on the game, and you give it all you got, you quit your job, you make a lot of money, you break into Counter-Strike, you break into Tarkov, you break into whatever, you have to keep in mind that I think Tarkov's gonna be around for a lot longer. I shouldn't use Tarkov as an example, but you know, like whatever game that's like Fortnite, BR games, Counter-Strike, Dota, League of Legends. League of Legends might be long term. It really depends. Not all this is always true, but a lot of whatever specific games, Dead by Daylight, you're gonna be stuck in that field. Rhythm games, probably. I have no idea how many rhythm. I know the only rhythm game streamer I know is Whoops, and he's everything now. He's a Final Fantasy streamer, so I don't think that really cross pollinates too poorly. But so there's no future for me in Five Nights at Freddy's unless you're a YouTuber. Then you have SCP and a bunch of other games. Or you could be a variety streamer. Let's just do that. If you play Five Nights at Freddy's, you're probably a variety streamer. Just play PS1 games. Or PS1 style games. God, I'm talking so much about literally nothing. Okay. Give me a second. I need to collect my brain cells. Drink water, good idea. Okay. But yeah, be prepared for the day when, even if you've honed your craft to the maximum, the game inevitably 9 times out of 10 has a shorter than normal lifespan, especially if it's a multiplayer game. This usually applies to multiplayer games only. Sometimes there's some single player games like this. Like I know some Minecraft streamers kind of fall within this, but Minecraft's so large and there's so many mods that you can keep reinventing the wheel, so it's just kind of up to you to keep that momentum going. But with certain games, with online play and games as a service and yada yada yada, you're going down with that game. Also, Dr. John, thank you for the sub. God damn it, yeah. But yeah, just be prepared for that. Be prepared and have a contingency plan. Look, if you're gonna be the captain of the Titanic, you have to be willing to throw half your viewers off that fucking ship to get to that lifeboat. Okay? Because at the end of the day, you have to know when to hit the eject button on a category and move on to the next one. It's true. And you'll see a lot of streamers. I did that with GTRP. I 100% did that with GTRP. And I had the luxury of having all my really cool friends back me up and pull me out of it. You know what I mean? I had that luxury. I had that magic. Thank God for friends, dude. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird thing. Just don't get stuck in one category for too long, and try to focus on branching out into at least another streamer class if you're in this one, which is really rare. Also, you don't have to worry about talking at all in this. You really don't. You just have to work on being mad at the game. If you're an AoE 4 streamer, you have the hardest job because your relevancy is based off of your elo. and playing against the same 10 people. And if you're not the top 2, then no one's watching. So be really good. Be like Viper. Don't be like me. But yeah, it truly is. But you can also be this and be a variety streamer a little bit, which is Lawman does this. Lawman and Sam do this to an extent. They're gamers. And I think Ben would too if he streamed more. They can really hone their craft. Like Lawman could get like top 500 in a game. Sam could too. It's just a matter of how much time they're willing to bank on the game. But they also do variety on the side. But like I said, percussion as well. Percussion is extremely good at games. I think Shane too. They're really good at games. I wish they were here. I miss percussion. But I don't think any of my friends are gonna watch this because I piss them off if I talk about this shit. Because everyone has their own ideas of how streaming works. Everyone has their own ideas. There's no one right idea, honestly. But yeah, all these are pretty interchangeable. And if you're this on top of something else, you're doing something right. But if you're just this one thing, then well, you're doing something. You need to look for other data. Anyways, any questions on this before I move on? I talked about this one for a long time because this is actually a whole slew of different things other than being good at a game. There's just so much here to unravel. This also applies with speedrunning, I'm sure. I'm not sure too much on that one. Speedrun streamers are just like, it seems like insanity to me. Yeah, I wish percussion still streamed too. What if I'm bad at games? Pretend like you're good at them. That's what I did with Tarkov and people watched me. Next slide. All right, let's talk about D&D streamers. Let's talk about them. This is another really hard job. They won't tell you this. They actually will not tell you this, but you'll know. You should already know this. You think, oh, variety streaming so hard. You had to play some. No, fucking forget about that. These guys are like variety streamers on crack. They network with literally everyone. They are not picky. Their field is to network with as many people as they can. That is what their field relies on. And also on top of that, they had to supply for 20 to 10 different campaigns at any given time. And I'm not even lying. And if they aren't doing over 10 campaigns, they're probably dumping all their work into 2 or 3 of them. And it is absolutely mind-numbingly insane the amount of work that goes into this. I cannot stress enough that this is next to IRL streaming. This might be harder than IRL streaming. I feel like there's just more workload here. There's just much more workload. Like this might be the hardest one too. I don't know. It's hard to. It's like VTubing this and IRL streaming. But I think this and IRL streaming definitely take the cake. Like this is like more job, way more job. Like not only are you trying to entertain your stream, you are trying to entertain the streamers who are also trying to entertain their chats through you as a catalyst, as a little content train. Chugga chugga choo choo, feed me content, daddy, into my mouth hole. Like this shit's fucked. This shit's like a fucking nightmare. And not only that, you have to balance the like all the stuff between all your players and make sure that they're all happy when you kill them. And like, there's just so much going on there. Anyone who hears a DM should know how hard it is to run one campaign, like planning out a campaign, not like a freelance, like one-off, like actually sitting down, let me plan a campaign. Now do that 5 times and then do that with 5,000 people breathing down your neck. And if you think that the RP category is hard to deal with, imagine the D&D category. I can't imagine. I don't know what that's like. I don't watch a lot of D&D streams. I left D&D in the past when I was younger, when I was a kid. I DM'd. So I had to stop doing it because I was bad at it. I'd love to do it again, but I might do like a chat plays thing, but I don't know yet. We'll see. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. You have to balance the workload of yourself, your campaign, your own content, your community. You're also on the side, you have to have days where you actually play games. Almost every D&D streamer I know plays games. They also do variety. Joe does variety. Joe plans out content. He plans out bits. This guy probably works. Dude, Joe is like my best fucking friend. This guy just fucking busts his balls, dude. I don't know. Same with Brett, same with Sai. Sai's working on 8 campaigns. Sai's also my best friend. Don't tell him that. He's a stupid bitch. But yeah. It's crazy out there. It is fucking insane, my friends in D&D. There is just some wacko fucking sick shit going on that requires so much work. I am glad that I don't do it. I know I complain about, I work so hard, but at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I'm just a little baby seal pointing at a picture of Joe. When he's doing the PowerPoint literally every day. You know what I mean? But it's funny. His PowerPoint is funny. His PowerPoint has random chance rolls. You know what I mean? It has imagination. Mine's just me shooting the shit. So, yeah. Any questions on this? Because I know quite a bit about this stuff. I'm in the know, if you must ask. I am quite in the know. Oh, yeah. It says also running that VR chat thing. Yeah, it's insane. It's absolutely this nutty kabuddy 24-7 all the time. Choo-choo train of content into my mouth, please. Train, come into my mouth. Chugga chugga choo-choo. Content. I don't know why I'm saying this. When am I joining the VR? Look, I have a hard time committing to things outside of my own things. I need to work on that. I think that's one of my biggest weaknesses, and I think that probably pisses my friends off, and I should probably actually dedicate more time to my friends in their content. And I try to, but it's like whenever something's planned out, I have a really hard time. You guys know this. Look, do you guys have sub badges? Hey, you guys have sub badges? Oh, I'm sorry. Not sorry. Fuck you. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah, I've done videos for someone that is a co-owner to a large D&D channel, and their schedule is fucking insane for how much work they do. Not only is your content planned out, your day is planned out. Joe does not have a lot of time to do things. I know this. You guys, I can't stress this enough. They won't tell you this. They are worky boys. You better sub to them. You better fucking sub to them. All these motherfuckers right now. All my friends, fuck you. They're busting their balls. How dare you? Fuck you. Sub to them. He's been working hard on a board game. Dude, Joe's is working constantly, man. I don't know. Same with Sai. Those two are just doing some wacky shit, man. I don't know what to tell you. But any questions? I don't know if I missed any. I don't think there's any questions for this, which I'm surprised there isn't. There's a lot here to talk about. There's a lot here to talk about. This lifestyle is super hard. I think the reason why I think IRL streaming and this are hard is because you're continuously working, and IRL streamers they stream whenever they're awake almost. They don't really take days off. And same with D&D streamers. I think Brett takes one day off a fucking week, and it's only for a few hours. I don't know. Like, I think that guy's just, there's no way. He's just probably constantly working. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but like, when you run that many campaigns, these motherfuckers busting their balls. I stream D&D games and catalog them, but I'd love to build a smaller community around that stuff, but I can only reasonably run like one game at a time with my friends. What do I do? Stream it. Ask your friends if you're cool with streaming it. If no one watches it, who cares? You still had a fun campaign. Don't worry about entertaining your chat. Worry about entertaining your campaign, and that's pretty much it. As long as you're entertaining your guests in your campaign, you're doing your job. You don't even have to have chat open. It'll just be a cool catalyst for your friends to look back on the game. But first you have to check with all of them to see if they're cool with it, because like being on stream and not a streamer is like a different kind of mindset. But yeah, like I said, whenever you want to stream something, just fucking do it. Just do it. As long as the people around you know that you're fucking doing it. Do you count art for D&D under this umbrella? Oh, you mean art streamers? Do you mean art streamers? The very important, very obscure category, art streaming. Let me tell you something. Art streams is a completely different universe from any other type of streamer out there. I do not know how to tell you about this. This shit is fucking weird, wacko shit. Like, I don't know. It's like it's like doing DMT or something, I'm sure, which I've never done before. But it is, imagine an Adult Swim short, but for some reason, true crime is on the entire time. and the artist keeps flipping the portrait and complaining that the circles and the eyes don't look right. And then there's also music playing in the background, and there's roses everywhere, and there's like a gacha game in the background, and there's like 50 PNGs of all their friends screaming about something that has nothing to do with anything. It is chaos at its finest. It's just chatting, like at its worst. It's a beautiful like machination of things that I love watching it. They're either very vibing or they're chaotic. It's one or the other. And the more artists that are together, the fucking crazier it gets. Artists are just as degenerate as variety streamers are, except they're talented. That's the one key difference. This stream wouldn't have happened if BOON didn't make this little Sil guy. So there you go. You know what I mean? It's just variety streaming for more talented people. People with talent. Cuisine. That's how you spell cuisine, right? That's how you spell cuisine. There is a link at the end crediting everyone too, by the way. We'll get to that. That's how you spell totally? Yeah. Manda spell checked this one for me. She laughed and I said, "What's wrong?" And she said, "It's fine." I'm like, "What's wrong?" She said, "Well, you did spell one thing wrong and I fixed it." I'm like, "Oh, thanks." And then, are you telling me that she fucking... You telling me she fucking lied and left it in there as a joke? You tell me that Manda would lie to me on her own category? Okay, I'm gonna talk shit about art streamers now. But yeah, you know, there's a ton of good art streamers. Go watch Manda, go watch BOON, go watch Shoes. I don't know if Shoes stream. Shoes you should stream. I'll watch all my friends that show up on my stream. There's a lot of them. Manda streams a lot though, and same with Blair. Blair and Manda, go watch them. Blair stream's kind of a fucking nightmare. I love it. This is her stream, by the way, right here in the corner. I really like it's her and Shoes. They all have PNG tubers. There's like 50 PNG tubers. They're in a little house. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. It's a fucking wacko, some psycho shit. There's like a gacha game. There's art. I love it. I love it. Anyways, yeah, but any questions on this? Any artists who want to break into the industry that are wondering how to do art streams? Because my recommendation to you is, hey, why aren't you streaming your process? Even if the art category is one of the smaller categories and your growth isn't based off of, usually your growth's based off of Twitter. Like your viewers come from Twitter usually. That's not to say that all artist streamers are like this. A lot of them that like do break out on Twitch and stuff, specifically Twitch, but they also probably usually play games too on top of that. And not like Blair and Manda do that. I know that much. So like, but like a lot of art streamers, it's like usually very chill stream. There's not like a lot of people. Most of them are also artists that enjoy art. And I think it's kind of badass. I like tuning in on those. They're very comfy kind of streams. There's a lot to learn too. I think that it's a really good way of learning how to do art. But yeah, any questions on this? I feel like this is just a fun category to do if you want to be linked into a community more. This is a really good way of talking to other artists actively while you're working. And it's very fun. I think that if you're drawing, you should always, even if you think your art's bad, you should show it to the world, because that's how you build confidence and that's how you get critiques from other artists. And if anyone can critique you, it's going to be another artist. It's not going to be someone with an anime avatar, okay? Unless they drew the anime avatar. So the best place to do it is in a category where there's people who are like-minded, who only are interested in your growth. Same with fighting game streamers. A lot of fighting game communities like that too. It's kind of weird. They're like really into like this like projected growth and like this like skill as a journey kind of thing, and it doesn't matter what your skill is. They're not going to mark you down for it. I quite think it's a very interesting way to grow your kind of your talent and your audience. Watching other people draw makes you want to draw. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of artists watch artist streamers while they're also drawing, and they're also watching true crime together. I don't know. It's kind of like you're hanging out with your buddies. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of a cool little field. And also, like, I think a lot of artists make friends with each other off of Twitch and Twitter, and I think Twitch is a lot easier because it's not message by message. It's just chat, and they read their chat. You know, it's a very quiet stream. Sometimes they don't talk for 20 minutes, and they say, "Ah, fuck, her hair looks wrong." You know. But yeah, this field is a very interesting field. Your growth is mainly based off of your Twitter or other things outside of Twitch, but sometimes it's not true. I know a lot of 3D modelers and VTubers and stuff. It's a weird thing. It's a very strange thing. There's a lot of things that go into it, because like this is also an interchangeable field, right? But people who are just focused on art, it's usually, you know, just them kind of vibing out with their artists or people who like their artwork. But yeah, it's a field I wish I could do. Like as a side thing, but I don't know how to do art. And I know everyone just says, just draw, idiot, and they get mad at me. And that's how artists are. It's just like fighting game people. They say, just play dummy. Fuck them. Anyways, moving on to the next. Moving on to the next slide. Do it, coward. I ain't got the time for that shit. I'm making these shitty slides. Okay. Did I miss any fields or categories you guys want to know about before we go into networking? Did I miss anything? Yes. What? Just bring them up. Curse streamers. Ask Thinley. Thinley is the master of that field. Artifact streamers. I hope you like Morbius. What about Boon Time speedrunners? Yo, Father Dad, tell me about speedrunners. Hey man, tell me about speedrunners real quick. What are those about? What are those about, man? Also, Rids made this. He made this little picture here. He found this. Some of these pictures are put up by Bleepy and Rids. I really like it. I'm glad they spell checked this last second and put some pictures in here for me. There's some I just didn't have enough time. It's very fucking. I wanted to do this today. I thought Sunday was the perfect day to do this. I thought only 100 people would show up. I'm very happy. Oh, sorry. I zoned out. Get slug bong on this lesson. Okay, hold on. It's similar to just chatting. Do you want to... I actually can't get him in here because I'm actually in a Discord right now by myself so that this PNG tuber can work. I'm not even lying. So wait, hold on. It's just similar to just chatting, except it's like just chatting, but like on crack essentially, and you just grind out the game. You play the game over and over and over and over and over and over and over until you have muscle memory, and you can talk about whatever. Oh, so like you just get so good at it, you can look at your chat. So it's kind of like fighting games a little bit, where you get like when you're like doing a combo string, you can look over and read chat and be like blah 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 blah, and like you're just fucking killing it. Or maybe if you're like a Miku streamer, if you're a freak, I don't know. There's something to it, but yeah, it's similar to like just being really good at a game, where you just get so good you can kind of parse through chat really quick and then kind of like say shit. Yeah, it seems stressful. Well, I've done speedrunning. Actually, wait, I've done speedrunning. But like I've only done it to one game. I've only done it for Stalker. Yeah, it felt like a lot like just chatting, except I got to look at chat whenever I knew I had downtime. Because you know exactly when you have downtime in the game. You know exactly the moments you have downtime. Like when I'm running to the power plant, or when I did the wall skip, or when I'm running through the beginning half. I know exactly the moments I can look over at chat and stuff like that, but I don't go for world records because that seems a lot more stressful. It seems like you have to be a lot more focused on the game. But if you don't care about that, I feel like it's a lot easier. Oh, podcast room? That's just chatting. That's just chatting. And or reaction streaming. Like podcasts and stuff like that kind of also falls within the field of D&D stuff, because you have to pre-plan some of your podcasts and your guests and stuff, and then there's there's social bubbles in that, and there's just so many layers. And also like social, like I said before, I don't think a lot of my friends suffer from social bubbles because they're large enough, but like when you're like medium to small levels, you'll kind of run into that problem if you're in more niche, smaller fields. Like actual variety, it's like there's not a lot of us here, believe it or not. I know there's a lot of people who do variety streaming as a whole, like a fuck ton, but there's not a lot of people who are like around this level. You're either omega huge or you're like small, like 3 people, you know? So like I'm like in a weird limbo zone where it's like me and Sci-Fi and some other people, and then a bunch of fucking VTubers, like a massive metric fuck ton of VTubers. Dude, I love VTubing so much. I can't stress that enough. I like the idea of VTubing. I'm not gonna VTube though, but I like their structure. I could talk about their structure forever and how they do things. But I wish other communities were more like that, and I think they're starting to be. Anyways, oh boy, I need to take a bathroom break, chat. Okay, class, it's break time. Let me put up a text thing here. A bathroom break. I need to go to the bathroom. Get yourself some drinks. Get yourself some drinks. Get yourself some drinks. Fucking get ready. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and stretch, because my brain is hurting, and we are a little over halfway now, and I feel like I'm going to be able to talk about a whole lot more, and then we're going to also recap over literally everything again, so that might be like another hour on top of the other two, so who knows. I'll be right back. I will be repeating myself a lot, especially if we get raided, so get ready for that. Fuck you. Be right back. I had to mute myself because what if I rip a fat fart and my VTube model moves? That would be okay. I'm just gonna leave it up. I'm gonna mute myself. Hold on. I don't want that. That's weird. I do not want that. Okay, chat. I'll be right back. Behave. Behave. Hold on. Gotta activate the seal. I am activating the seal. Give me 1 second. Oh boy, where the fuck did we leave off? Networking. Yo, I feel like I'm pretty good at this, but I have the problem where I'm like a golden retriever. I want to be friends with literally everyone. I want Anubis to notice me. That's all I want. Nobody clip that. I just want him to know. I just want to play a game with Anubis, dude. All right. Anyway, let me remove the be right back. Let me remove that. Aha! Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Why does it start with having a team? Oh, whatever. Fuck it. We'll go with it. Some of these slides are out of order at this point. I think it's because I was struggling to get this thing out, but this is part of networking. Look, we talked about this before. If you have a ton of money, you can mitigate some of the time you have by literally dumping money into it, having really cool employees, and having them plan out content for you, especially having editors, which at one point I almost did, but then I found out I couldn't afford an editor and I had to stop. So eventually, you know, I'll get there again. But I think that this is a really important one, especially if you're starting to get larger. I'm at a point where I do need to start getting people to help me with my content, and I do need to start being able to pay them, because I don't like doing stuff. I don't like people doing stuff for free. I just think that's wrong. But at the same time, hey, if you want to make videos of me, if you want to make funny haha videos of me, like little fan videos, you can monetize them and do them yourself. I don't even care, just as long as you credit my channel. That's literally it. Hey Lena, what's up? Welcome to my streaming class. We covered VTubing. You missed it. I said that VTubing is the easiest to network in out of any of the fucking categories. Oh my god, you're a seal. I'm a teacher. This is my one-time VTube model, or my PNG tuber, my teach tuber. This is my teach tuber. Where were we again? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, hiring a team is super important when you get to around my level, but you need to have money. All right. But also, hey guys, if you want to make highlight videos of me and try to make money off of it, you're more than welcome to. Wink, wink. But if I'm gonna have an official channel, I pay people no matter what. It doesn't matter what you do. I have to physically pay people. No one works for free, ever. Literally, the people who helped spell correct this, I literally said I'd pay them, and they said, we don't want payment. We want you to play Final Fantasy 14 for a day. And I said, fuck. And then they didn't even spell check everything. There's a word that says cuisine. It's spelled wrong still. There's still like spell issues all over this fucking thing. Like, what the fuck? But no, believe he told me. He told me he did it on purpose. Oh boy. But yeah, having a team is super important. It does cut down your time. It makes your discoverability more like realizable. Bro, turn your Discord status to streaming online or I'll be pissed. I don't want fucking people messaging me. They're psychos. I get like 50 messages. Okay. I'll probably do it. Okay. What was I talking about again? I can't remember. My brain. I didn't know you're streaming. It's important. See this? Okay. See what I'm telling you guys about VTubers? Let's go back. Hold on. Let me take you guys back a few slides. How do I go back? We're back. The reason why, this is what I'm talking about. They have the best work ethic out of anybody. They have the best work ethic out of anyone in this entire field. And if you, they'll shake you and tell you you're doing shit wrong. You know, they have the best everything. Period. Hands down. Arrow buttons. Look, I don't know how fucking PowerPoints work. Here we go again. What, you want me to leave? Okay, you want me to leave? Look, I know I talked about VTubing for like 20 minutes straight, but I think it's the future. Fuck you. We've been stealing the way they've been streaming for 2 years now. Get used to it. This is the fucking future. Anyways, going back. Blah, 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 blah. Networking. Super important. We were talking about having a team. Yeah, get people to edit stuff for you. Get people to help manage your content if you're rich enough or if you have enough inflow. It will help you grow and make sure that everyone's happy. Moving on. Be on other streamers as much as your own. I'm about to be in another stream. I might be on Laner's stream this Saturday at 6 p.m. PST ? I don't know. Twitch streaming is so cringe. Blah 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 blah. Hey Spud. Hey bud. We talked about you. Man, we talked about you for a bit. We talked about you for a little bit there, bud. Can I refund a sub? Sorry. No refunds. Don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Sorry there, bud. Sorry. Anyways, moving on. Where were we again? Oh, Jesus. Like I said, we're going to recap on a lot of these. We're going to be recapping a lot. Like an Omega a lot. Did Lena fucking leave? Are you kidding me? Wait, hold on. No, what do you want? How the fuck? It doesn't say you're in my chat. That's fucking scary. I don't like this shit. How are you invisible? You don't have VIP. Oh my god. You're always VIP. Yeah, Lena, you're always VIP. Yeah, sorry. Someone must have banned you on accident and you lost it. Unable to add VIP. What? What? Am I maxed out? I'm a smod. That's the closest thing. This is fucking sorry. All right. Give me power, I beg you, Sput. We're really good friends, but I don't trust you. Here, I'll give it to you. There you go, bud. Watch out, guys. I had to give a tier 3 sub. Lena, remember that one time I gave you a tier 3 sub to get mod in your chat? I forgot to turn it off for a few months. No, I'm kidding. I think it was like a month. I think it was like a month or two. I think I fucked up. I realized that yesterday and I had a panic attack. It was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. Like, oh boy. It was on stream too. I had to... Jesus, dude. Look, I was just trying to get mod. I just wanted my VTuber friends to notice me, which isn't hard like we talked about on the VTuber slide. All right, what were we talking about again? Yeah, we're talking about any questions on teams? Any questions on like editors or people to manage your Twitter account who have really hot takes that you shouldn't hire to run your Twitter? Any questions on that? Yes, no, maybe? No question, streamer? Nothing? You're gonna be quizzed on this at the end of the stream. You know that, right? There's a quiz at the end. Totally. I didn't actually make one. Too soon, noob. Okay. I said some nice things about you, Sput. I said some really nice things about you and Lena, and this is how you repay me, Sput. You throw up. You come into my chat and you throw up in my tiny little mouth, and I swallow it all gratefully. And this is how you treat me? That sounds really weird. I don't know what the saying is. You spit in my face. You eat my oatmeal. You touched my lawn. Don't put me in this. I have to. Sput's the problem here. We should both be hating on him. Honestly, Blair, you can't Krungo at me. We're Krungo siblings practically. You can't do this. Okay, what was I talking about? Okay, wait, hold on. Be on other servers as much as your own. Look, I can't stress this enough. You gotta help your friends bump up their channel, and also you gotta leech off of them. What can I say? It's a two-way street, and both of you are gonna get hit by cars. I know I've been hit by a car. I got ran over by a plumbing van when I was a kid. Anyways, look, all that really matters is that you gotta help sometimes your friends need friends on their streams, and you need to pump them up and make them have a good time. I do that with Lawman all the fucking time, especially when he's playing a boring game like Age of Empires. You know what I mean? I can really spice it up by being shit at the game and having chat hate me. Anyways, yeah, always don't be a prick. Literally stream with anybody. Stream with anyone that's your fucking friend, that's a cool person, and fucking hop on their stream and make that shit funny. If you're not doing that, then there's something wrong. Something's going on there. All right, next slide. Any questions? There's probably no questions. What is a partner manager and how do I get one? Well, you don't. Only larger streamers get them. I'm not entirely sure how it entirely works. But I can't wait. Is this slide? Oh, it didn't update the slide. Okay, so the amount of partnered managers are I think there's like 20 in the North American region, and there's like some for every region, so it's different for every region. I can't speak for every region, but here in America, here in the United States, and here in the America in general, I think if you're not pulling at least 1,000, I could be pulling numbers up my ass, you're not going to get assigned a partner manager anymore. It used to not be the case, but now that we've reached, I think, well over 40,000 partner streamers, which I think is cool that more people are getting partner, it's hard to manage that workload. That is the same population of streamers as there are polar bears on the planet fucking Earth. And when you have 20 people managing 40,000 people, they're probably going to be picking the larger streamers. There is a case-by-case way of getting in contact with a partner manager. And let me tell you how. All you have to do, if you have a problem or you want to get a name change, or if you want to ask a question, or if you want to change your how much you make, you will go and B rank raid, or am I being raid? You will go to Twitch support and you will go to the drop down menu and you will select partner. Okay? And from there you will get a partner representative who will contact you within a week or two. But it is better than having no partner. Oh yeah, my notifications are off. Yo, B rank. Okay, so Kraken, thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. We were just talking shit about us. I was just talking good about everyone in our group, pretty much, for the most part. Smile, wink, wink. No, pretty much talking good all around. And then Sput came in here and ruined it all by making fun of me. But yeah, that's how you get in contact with a Twitch partner manager. You probably will never get one. Don't worry about this. If you need one, just contact them. They have a temporary team that will contact you case by case scenario. If one of them tells you that they can't help you, they're fucking lying. I've had one of my VODs. I deleted one of my VODs. I wanted to bring it back. I messaged the partner manager category in Twitch, the Twitch help, and they said, oh, we can't bring VODs back. And then I sent another message and I said, no, you can, because you guys backlog all of our streams on a server. Remember, it got leaked. And they're like, oh yeah, actually we can. And then they re-listened my fucking VOD, which was sick because it was a different person too. Everything is literally case by case. Everything is literally case by case. And yes, they still do keep your VODs. It's on a hidden server this time though. It's on an encrypted hidden server finally. But yeah. So if literally even applying for partner is case by case. So what happens is, what I've been told, I could be pulling shit out my fucking ass, is that at first it goes, when you submit a partner application, I can't remember what the prerequisites are. It's like 75 or 90 concurrent viewers, which is easier to get now than it was before. I feel like it's still super hard getting that many viewers, but because, you know, a lot more people are on the platform, or watching the platform rather. I think it's like 90 or something viewers concurrent. What will happen is, even if you make that mark, it will get sent first to an analytical team that is a separate company from Twitch, completely separate, like contracted out by them. They look at your metrics with a bot, then they send those metrics over to a partner manager. The partner manager doesn't look at them because he doesn't fucking care, because he has to look through 80 apps a day, and then he watches like 10 minutes of your VOD, and then he says, yeah, fuck it, I'll give this guy it, or nah, fuck it, and then they give you a reason why, or they just give you an automated bot message. 9 times out of 10, they will give you a bot message. It usually takes you 9 to 10 tries, at least for me and for some of my other friends, to get partner if you're a small boy streamer. If you're a YouTuber or already pre-consolidated personality, it will be much, much easier. But for most of you, if you're getting there, don't stress about getting partner, because I can tell you one thing: when you get partner, you get less money, or at least for the first year, because people will assume that you're getting larger cuts or you're making more money or something. But when you're smaller, we'll talk about price. We'll talk about how money scaling works as you grow as a streamer in the next few slides. It's really weird. It's very strange. But essentially, just don't worry about getting partner. Worry about making good content. That's it. Just worry about having fun. Worry about making good content. Worry about making good friends. And worry about keeping that sweet, sweet momentum. And if you stress partner, it's going to reflect badly on your stream. We're going to get into mental health after this. I feel like it's going to be a really fun category to cover. Anyways, up next, etiquette. I don't know why this one's in here. Just for the love of God, this is kind of more of a chat thing. And for people who are smaller streamers, guys, I cannot stress this enough. This applies to everyone. Don't be that fucking guy that comes onto a stream, because I know I do this all the time to Kraken. Don't be that guy. I actually don't anymore. I remember, like, the first time I started streaming, I did it once or twice. I was an idiot, dude. Like, what a fuckboy thing to do. I can't, like, don't go into other people's streams and saying, I'm going live, see you later. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Just don't be that guy. Don't be a piece of shit. Whoops. Oopsies, I gotta go stream. Usually if I had to go stream, I just leave a call. I don't even tell anyone. Or I say I had to work on something. Cough, cough, sneeze, stream. Unless I'm like doing a partner stream with them, in which case I say I'm going to turn on my stream or something. But like, you know, if it's like with a collab stream or some shit. But don't be that fucking guy. Don't come into someone else's stream telling everyone else who's streaming. Don't be the guy who just literally says, this guy is streaming. Everyone should go watch him. He is funnier. Like, just don't be sput. Don't be sput. Anyways, what was I talking? Okay. What else is there? Don't compare streamers to other streamers. That's like comparing artists, like an art from an artist to like a show you've watched or another artist. It will fuck with them. Don't do that shit. You'll get banned. I will ban you if I find you doing that in any of my friends' chats. I will fucking ban you. Like I mean, if it's like, oh, you're like Germa, then I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, I'll take that. But like, if you're constantly be like, yeah, you know, you're not as good as this guy, I'm like, well, I'm my own person, fuck you. You know, it's hard being compared. A lot of streamers get in this headspace and it fucks them up really bad. You know what I mean? It just fucks them up. Don't do that shit. Fuck you. Knowing what you can say in someone else's stream and you shouldn't. Look, this is a Boon Sput Blair Thinly, all the Joe. We like to say some shit that makes our friends uncomfortable, okay? Because it's funny. Because it's funny, and they do it too. But just know, you know to have some etiquette with some of your friends. Sometimes they're trying to do a serious stream. Sometimes your friends are trying to literally do a serious stream. Ball cave, I think that shit's cool as fuck. All right? That's powerful, okay? Anyways, I think that it's super important. This goes with like stream tempo and momentum. If you knock your friend off their tempo, they're gonna have a hard time kind of like, it's hard to explain. When you stream, some streams, streaming is really weird. Like I said, streaming is like an episode of Whose Line Is It Anyways, but it goes on for 10 hours too long. And you're trying to keep this momentum, this tempo, this rhythm going the entire fucking time. And every now and then, especially if you're like me and you probably have some sort of anxiety issue or something, or I don't fucking know, you'll hit a wall or a subject or something just stops you from like coming up with something to say. I've gotten a lot better at like segueing out of things and stuff, but like you'll just hit walls, or someone in chat will get in your head and live rent free. But it's important to know how to get back into the rhythm, because you can do it in like 10 minutes. You just gotta stream. Just keep going. Don't get too frustrated. Just keep going and you'll get right back on it. But that's something you need to focus on. And sometimes this can just happen to you, you know? And you just don't, like, this is a problem that I worry about when I hang out with my friends. I don't care what my friends say on my stream. But if I feel like I derailed someone else's stream, I know what it's like, because chat will do this to you. Like a random chatter can do this to you, and it throws you off, and you have to get back into it. And it doesn't take that long if you're used to it, to getting fucking heckled 24/7. But yeah, you'll get back into the rhythm of things pretty fucking quickly, and get over it. Especially if chat says you suck. What else? Yeah, just don't be an asshole, essentially. As a viewer. Fuck you. And don't be me. Don't be me. Don't do that. Don't be... I'm a villain. Let's see. Don't try to reel your friends like streams like I do. Don't try to wiggle your way into friend groups unnaturally. This is a very weird thing that people will try to do. But at the same time, some people just want to be your friend. So just trying to figure out who, who's real and who isn't. That's the important thing, and usually 9 times out of 10, a lot of people, especially if they're already in the kind of the same bubble you are in, they're generally, you don't need to be paranoid about it. A lot of people are genuine, but there are some people, you'll know, trust me, you'll figure it out. Anyways, any questions about any of this before we move on? Any questions? Don't get friends. Yeah, exactly. Don't have any friends. Can we be friends? Oh, Bond! Look, it's the person who made my seal. Look, chat. Look at them. Someone give him a shout. Well, it's them. It's Bond. They made the seal. Whoa! Whoa! Very poggers. Very pog. What was I? Any questions? I don't know if we have any questions. I don't think there's any questions about this. Because you guys should know to behave. Just behave, chat. That's all I'm asking. Don't be a shitter. Streaming is an easy job until chat or people make it hard. That's the hard part is committing your life to like a bunch of assholes. Anyways, moving on, next slide. Unless you're a VTuber, in which case it's like impossible, or an IRL streamer, in which case it's impossible. Or a D&D streamer, in which case it's actually just super impossible. Friendships instead of partnerships. Can't stress this enough. I keep talking about this. People look to network. That's fine if you want to network with people and you want to, you want to just like help each other out. You don't need to be friends exactly, but go into. You want to have good intentions. You don't want to just be like, you have viewer, I have viewer, let us be friends. Like, no, don't. Bruce Green taught me this lesson early on. He will stream with anyone. Anyone in our friends group does this too. This goes for anyone in my fucking friends group. It's actually insane the amount of people that they help boost to relevancy. It's a really, really important thing. I see a lot of them doing, but Bruce like really hammered this in. He'll stream with people with like 2 viewers, like that he knows well enough and stuff. It's just insane to me. Like, as long as the people you're hanging out with are cool and hip and they're not assholes and they're not gonna say anything weird on stream and you know them well enough. I mean, at the end of the day, all that matters is that you're having fun with your friends. That's really it. That's all streaming really is at the end of the fucking day. And if they happen to have viewers, cool, whatever, fuck it. That's not why you should be making friends with people. You should be making friends with people to talk about ball caves, or to talk about Minecraft modding and bees, or to have Sput make fun of you. Okay, maybe not that one. Well, I still do. I love Sput. Fuck that guy. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with networking with people at the same level as you or higher or even lower. But keep in mind, it's really important that you find the really funny people who are small. Because one day when you're old and you're washed and they're popular and funny, they will remember you and they will toss you that 10K raid, that sick 10K raid, and then you won't be as washed anymore. Okay? But yeah, no, just network with everyone as long as they're cool. Don't be picky. Don't ask numbers, for the love of God. Just don't make friends, have fun. Pretty much it. These slides, like I said, don't take everything I say in this seriously, but this is the nature of the beast. Anyways, any questions on this? Was that his real voice? Don't take this seriously. Okay. There's gonna be a quiz at the end of this. You don't have enough numbers to be my friend. This is my first bad taste. I was at the only Twitch party I've ever been to, and the first thing this person asked me was how many viewers I had. That was the very first thing they asked me. There are people like that. That's why I like VTubers. They don't give a fuck. They will literally network with anyone. Literally like anyone. Just so long as you're cute. If you're not cute, then fuck off. Okay. All right. Anyways, any questions on this? No. Okay. Fucking cool. Next, finance. This is gonna get boring. Let's go. All right. This is a very important staple to streaming. You guys are coming in at the worst time. We covered all the fun stuff. I might go back over some of them for you guys. Anyways, we're going into finance. We gotta keep this momentum going. Your income changes as you gain viewers. This is something that other streamers have touched on. I don't know if any of my friends have experienced this, but this is something I've observed other streamers talking about, and I have physically observed myself to some extent, at least to the halfway point. When you first start out streaming, as a small boy streamer, a majority of your income as an affiliate streamer is going to come from PayPal donations. I think about 90% of my money came from PayPal donations, and those times were good. Those times were good. But as you grow, for some reason, it shifts. It shifts away from that. When you get partner, around the time you get partner around 90 to 100 viewers, that stops happening. It's because people like look at you and you're a small streamer. They're like, I need to give this guy $100 so he keeps streaming. And I love that people did that for me because it allowed me to get to this point. And that's probably why it happens. But as you get larger, that's going to happen less. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just expect it. Okay. Just expect that shit. Because as you get large, also people like watching you react to getting like $100 because you have like a panic attack when you're a small streamer, get $100. Now I just don't know all you guys. Anyways, so like as you get larger, you begin to rely more on subs and bits. Mostly subs. I think right now I'm in like the sub zone. I'm slowly getting into like making more money off ads now, and I'm looking into sponsorships and stuff. But like when you're smaller, PayPal donations. When you get like around my level, it's Twitch subs. Twitch subs makes up a majority of my revenue right now. Mainly gifted subs. But when you get larger, subs stop fucking mattering. Oh, they don't. I mean, they still super matter. I don't know. I'm not speaking for everyone. Everyone's different. But from what I've heard, you start making that money off sponsors. You start making that money off of ads. You start making that money off of the pre-roll ads. Getting partnership plans I can't discuss. There's just a bunch of different things, but I think at least 60% is probably still subs. But the larger you get, the more it kind of shifts off of that, and the more it kind of becomes sponsor focused or advertiser focused. They are incentivizing running ads now. I don't know how well that works for larger streamers, and if I did, I couldn't discuss it. But essentially, as you grow, there'll be really awkward moments in between where it shifts so much that you will lose money for a few months. It's kind of strange. When I got partner, I think I lost 75% of my revenue for 4 or 5 months. It was a nightmare because everyone was like, oh, he made it. He's fine now. He's making more money now. It's like, help! And then it got better. And I got a lot of subs and it stabilized again. And then you get to another point where it shifts again. And then you're like in an awkward zone where you're trying to then you have to worry about getting more viewers to keep the momentum of money. And then you have to incentivize it. There's a bunch of stuff to it. I could explain this for hours. If you have questions on how to incentivize streams, I'm still learning how to do it myself. Which I probably shouldn't be talking about, but fuck you. I don't care. But yeah, it just continually shifts and you have to prepare for those shifts. Also, we'll talk about analytics. Your viewers will jump up and down. It's really weird. I can explain how that works. Anyways, any questions on this before we move on? There's a lot of questions to be had about this. Anyone has any questions? How do I make $1 more billion? Oh, Jesus Christ. Morb's dead, guys. We got to move on. Don't ever move up in the world. Note taken. No, move up. You will make more money, but it's going to be bumpy. Streaming is a bumpy ride. It's a journey and it's really fun. And there's a lot to learn. Which tax form do you use? Yeah, we use a MISC 99. We use a MISC 99. Also super important. Super important announcement. Super important announcement. If you make transactions over a certain amount, depending on which country you are in, I am not a tax advisor, by the way, you must document it in another form. I cannot remember the form's name. I've had to make those forms before. Whenever you commission an artist, you must make sure to forward that form to them and have them sign it so that it can be a tax deductible thing, and they can also report it on their taxes as well. Because if you do not report that as a taxable event, it's got to be a certain amount. I can't remember the amount. It's like 400 or over like 100. I can't remember. But you have to send them a form. They have to sign it. I've had to sign those forms myself for co-streaming with people. super important. Do your fucking taxes. I think there's a tax one next anyways. We're going to move on. When do I get paid and how does payout work? It never does. I'm kidding. Actually, payout actually does happen. I don't understand how it works because I'm a big small brain idiot, but it annoys me because it tells you how much you made in the last 30 days, but not when you were last paid. So if you were paid, I think this is how it works. I could be completely wrong. If you were paid on the 15th, it will still say that you earned $1,000 or $2,000 this month. And so you think, oh, I'm going to make $2,000 my next paycheck. But the number goes down as the week goes on because it's counting what you made in the last 30 days, not from when payout was. So just keep that in mind because if you go on vacation and you're banking on a big pay while you're on vacation, just keep that in mind. That's a tad fucked. I mean, it makes sense and it doesn't. I don't know if there's a better way of doing it. I'm not like a finance guy. It just makes no sense to me. But you have, your payments come in on certain days. If you're not a partner, if you're an affiliate, you have to make a certain amount of money. I cannot disclose because I don't remember the TOS on that. But you have to make a certain amount of money before you get a payout. Same with being a partner, but at that point you should be making the base amount anyways as a partner. What else should I talk about in this field? Any questions on this? Any questions? I'll also be reading out subs at the end of the stream. Sorry, the notifications are off because it will fuck up my flow. I appreciate all the subs and follows, by the way, guys. Really do. It should really say how much you're going to make next pay period. Yeah, it should. But hey, guys, you could just look at how much I made anyway. Everyone knows how much I made. Let's see if there's any questions. Any ideas on what get paid on Twitch threshold is? Use Google. Use Google. It's not a big amount. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. I'm not number 6,000 anymore, sadly. I'm probably number like fucking 30,000, but hey, we take those. We take those. I don't see any like crazy questions about this. Finances are kind of fucking boring. Okay. Advertisers and you. Okay, I really can't speak for this, so I'm really talking out of my ass here. I've gotten a lot of advertising offers, and you got to be careful. There's a lot of shady stuff that goes on. I wish my friends could explain it better. If anyone can, I think Kryken or Lena or Sam, they would know much more about this. This is something I'm starting to learn because I'm starting to get a lot of advertisers talking to me. But I have to kind of parse through them and figure out which ones are fake and which ones are real and which ones have good deals. My advice to you, you're going to have a lot of weird sponsor opportunities come up to you. It's probably because I don't really have my business email listed. You should definitely have your business email listed. I'm going to probably start doing that soon. I usually just handle it through Twitch or DM or Twitter, which is not the right way, but the best way to do it, and I always tell people who contact me through any of those, contact me via this business email. Try to correspond with them in email because one, they can't delete the messages, and two, you can check and see if they're a legitimate person working for that company. Also, very important, they must link their Twitter account to you, and you must be able to correspond with them on their Twitter account. I'm speaking for smaller sponsorships. I don't know how the bigger ones work. I'm pretty sure it's way easier and more legitimate, but when you're at my level, you get thrown a lot of weird ones that I can actually disclose because I didn't sign a contract. I could talk about half of them because they told me on Discord, and they wanted to, here's the thing, they wanted to handle it in call with me, which don't do that unless you've signed a contract with them. Do not always get everything written down to you in an email where it cannot be deleted. Okay, one, and two, check and see if they're legitimate. There's always a route to check and see if they are legitimate, and always check. Trust me, there's a lot of fringe advertising firms that work from other countries that could give a fuck less as long as they are showing metrics that they are advertising their game. Whether or not they pay you out does not matter because they are not contractually obligated by their country, and they are shell companies, and there's a huge scam industry there, and I could talk about it, but I don't know enough about it to really talk about it. But I can tell you they exist. Be careful, watch out. If you're at my level, you're gonna get a ton of them. I wish I knew it was like way up there. There's also the bounty board. I don't use it. I don't use it. I can't discuss the pay rates or how it works. I can't tell you. You do have to meet certain physical metrics that are higher than your own metrics in order to make money off of them. If you do not meet a bare minimum viewership, you will not get a payout. They get essentially free advertising. It is mainly for larger streamers, yes. Or for when you get rated. Like if I got rated right now, I could do an advertisement right now if I wanted to. Usually the metric is higher than your own view rate unless you're a larger streamer, I'm guessing. I'm not entirely sure because I cannot discuss that. But yeah, it's bounty board seems a little more legit, but you gotta make sure you land their metrics. It's very important. Because the payout, you know, who knows? But yeah, you want to check and see if they have a Twitter account. Okay, so this is a weird thing. I might be pulling this out my ass, but from what I've noticed and from what I've talked to Sam about at least once or twice, is I've had a lot of really shady offerings from companies I've liked. One of them being Remedy, and I was super excited. But the person who did it had 100 followers on Twitter, and they were just some random account. The good news is everyone following them were streamers. And the people they were following were the companies, and I had to make sure that not only the company they were following was following them, was also following them back, but the people who followed them knew. And because there's this weird new, it's like kind of like a lot of bigger companies are starting to realize, oh, we need to advertise to influencers because it's like a free, cheaper way of advertising. It's an easier way to get the word out there about our game. So they'll just hire these Zoomers who are like 20 years old. They're like, I understand Twitch culture. Hire me. I have an associate's in business. And they hire them and they have no idea how to network. They just hire them out the assumption that they know streamers. And then suddenly they're just messaging everybody on Discord or Twitter or anywhere saying, I have a sponsorship offer for you. And they're really bad at like talking about literally what they're talking about. Like I said, like I had a guy from Thrustmaster message me and asked me to go into a call with him and not contact me via business email. And I cross-checked. He did, in fact, work for the company. He just, I guess, just operated his business differently. I don't know. It just seems weird. Like I said, get everything in writing. Read your contracts. Understand what you can and can't say. Disclose that you're sponsored. Disclose whenever you get a free key. Just make sure everything is there. Keep all your receipts. Don't get fucking scammed. It's going to happen. I'm sorry I talked about this way too long. This is probably boring. Any questions on this? I don't know enough about this at all. I'm good. I can't stress this. I think my friends know a fuck ton more. Like a metric fuck ton more. I can tell you how you get advertisements too. It's based on metrics on certain games. At least for some sponsorships I've gotten, they tell me why they picked me. Like they'll be like, yeah, we picked you because you played DCS World and Ace Combat with this many viewers. And I'm like, oh, weird. How many other people are like that? Not many. Okay, cool. So the high school I worked for offers business classes over stuff like that. Really? Because we need to see more of that. There's not enough business etiquette there quite yet. That's why I think they should hire streamers to do it. And I think they do that a lot of the time. I'm trying to get a job at Twitch here, chat. I would love to get a job at Twitch. It's my dream to be a partner manager and fucking ruin my friends' lives by becoming their partner manager and disorganizing their lives and force changing their name to Kraken 2 or Sputicus again. I don't know. It'd be funny. Or maybe changing all my friends' names to Boon and then getting fired. Why does viewer count keep bouncing between +10 to your normal everyday viewer count? What? I don't know. Something's glitching out about Twitch. People reaching out to you being real terrible isn't remotely exclusive to streaming either. You see that with independent work. Yep, it's just a weird thing that requires a lot of literacy and etiquette, I guess. And right now, since this industry is still technically in its infancy, there's not a lot of etiquette rules for a lot of people, especially new bloods. Anyways, moving on. Taxes are badass. Welcome to the world of losing half of your income in one fell swoop. Have you ever wondered why every streamer lives in Texas? Well, it's because there's a state law there apparently making it so that they don't have to pay state taxes if they're an independent contractor. But I wouldn't know that because I don't live in Texas. But that's probably why all those streamers are in Texas. However, keep in mind you have to report your taxes, whether it's via your PayPal. You have to report every income you make, chat. If it's over $100, you definitely should be doing that. You just report everything all the time because they will know. Oh, trust me. Oh, trust me, they will know. And I can tell you that taxes for streamers, we don't get tax rebates. Oh no, some of you look forward to your taxes because they've been cucking you out of your money the whole time. We had to account for all the money we owe to taxes. I had to file for an extension every year because of it. Also, this allows me a few months to itemize all the stuff, which you have to do as a streamer. Be prepared to do your own taxes. There's not a lot of tax people who understand streaming. Trust me, I've hired 2 tax people and I had to walk them through what I think is deductible and what isn't, and got into arguments with them explaining my job, and they didn't understand my job. They just didn't. They did not. And I did my own research, and now I do my own taxes every year. And it is a pain in the ass. But I can tell you this. Once you start doing your own taxes, you'll save way more than you will with a tax man, unless that tax professional is specifically has the knowledge of streaming, which I'm sure they're probably all in LA or Texas. They're not in fucking my state of Oregon. Then it'll be way better. But there's a lot of cool little neat techniques you can use. Like, for example, did you know that you could file a portion of your room as office space if it does work, if it does function as office space, and you base that percentage off your total rent and it's cut out as a tax deductible? Or the fact that every game you buy that you do play on stream can be written off as a tax deductible. Or some people say Uber Eats stuff can be, but I think that's only if you're doing mukbang. You ever wonder why streamers always talk about why they're eating food on stream? They're talking about the texture and the taste, like to an immaculate detail, and you wonder why they do that? It's probably because they're trying to get a tax write-off on it. That's why a lot of streamers eat food on stream, I think. Another thing, not everything's tax deductible, keep in mind. That's case by case, and it can be handled in court. So you have to be ready and willing to debate whatever you're doing at court. I am not an official tax or financial advisor. That means just like any crypto streamer or any crypto YouTuber, you can't sue me because I said that. Get owned. That's actually how it works. Anyway. But no, I don't know the full thing, but I can tell you can tax deduct your games. You can tax deduct a lot of your equipment, microphones, keyboards, artwork, stuff like that. They're all tax deductible, but you have to keep in mind that whatever you're tax deducting, if you contracted someone else out, that on their end, it needs to be accounted for as well. That's why if it's over a certain payment amount, you do usually have to send them a contract form, and or at least have a fucking, what's it called when the person who made you the commodity or the art sends you invoice. Have invoices. That's for artists though. Definitely artists. Hey, start sending invoices more. Hold these fuckers accountable. Hold these stupid fucking streamers accountable. All right. They just do it. Just do it. Cover your own ass. This is probably too real, isn't it? This is how it is, man. This is how it is. Ignore the last bulletin. It's saying tax evasion is bad. I covered up the other half with Wesley Snipes because there's a typo there for some reason. Strange that. Yeah, any questions on taxes? There's a lot to say about taxes. Just itemize everything. I make a list of every game I buy for the price I buy it for and the games I've refunded and all this shit, everything I buy. I know some of my friends have said that they have a business credit card. Anytime they do a business transaction that they know is tax deductible, they just do it on that card and that card only, and they bring it to their tax man and they say, deduct these. And then he says, these what? And then he says, these taxes. Ha 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 ha. And then they do it. Comedy? Yeah, I'll be here all night. Moving on. There's a lot to say there. There's a lot to talk about the taxes, but like I'll spare you the fucking shit. Mods are the eyes and ears of your stream, but they're also your greatest enemy. Sure, they'll help you with your streams and keeping your community together, but they'll also relentlessly make fun of you around every fucking corner. So I recommend that whoever you make mod, they're your enemy, so that when it comes time to ban them, to whip all the other mods into being afraid of you, that you do that. Fear is key. Look, I read The Prince. I know how this works. They usually just make fun of me though. Treat your mods really well. Make sure you pick the right mods. I know a lot of you want to pick your best friends. Don't pick your best friends to be mods. Unless you think they're up to the challenge. A lot of my friends are mods, like I've said before. Most of them, I hate them. They haven't figured out which ones yet. I'm not going to tell them. It's funnier that way. But no, make it people you trust. Make it people you trust and that you know can run a community. And sure, you can trust your best friend, but can you trust your best friend not to say the bad, like, you know, the worst fucking things on the planet or have a lightning hot take? You know what I mean? Can you trust your friend to ban someone that's also their friend? You gotta, look, you have to make sure that whoever you're putting in charge, they are willing to help run your community through thick and thin, and you gotta treat them well because they're gonna be going through some shit, okay, managing your shit. And then after a while, things will get better. When you first start out, it's gonna be hell. It's gonna be hell when you first start out. Let me tell you, you're gonna get some fucking freaks in your chat, but once they all leave, it's gonna be smooth sailing, except for when your chat keeps saying come. Then I'm sorry, Roy. I don't know what you gotta do there, bud. You'll figure it out. You just gotta figure it out, bud. But yeah, treat your mods well, and make sure you pick the right mods for the job. I can't stress that enough. And be very clear. I can't stress it enough. Clear and concise with what you want from them. And not like in a bossy manner. I mean like what you expect them to ban people for, or what to watch out for, and stuff like that. And like what situations they should handle and what they should tell you and this and that and the other. It's really important that like there's a good communication between you and your mods just have a mod channel in your Discord that's hidden for only your mods and you. Okay, so you can see what's going on. And just your community will run so smooth. I cannot stress the amount of work that my mods have put in, or Father, Dad, Ballis, all of you. It's been insane. I would have quit streaming a long time ago if it weren't for you guys. I can't stress it enough. I really can't. Thank you guys. Thanks all the mods. Fuck you guys. You're not getting paid. Anyways, mod appreciating month someday again, where you guys get more money than me in a week. Fuck you. All right, moving on. Any questions on mods? I have mods here who can answer your question. Any questions on mods? Unionize? I wish that Twitch would implement a feature, and it sounds stupid, but I think this would be really fucking smart, and it would make communities a lot better and less toxic, is if we made it so a percentage of our earnings go to our mods who show up to the stream. That might actually become a bad idea now that I think about it, but I think it'd be kind of cool. I would make a percentage of my earnings go to my mods, whether or not they showed or didn't show up. I think that'd be really cool, but that would probably set a bad precedent too. I don't know, but I think it's good. I think it's a good idea. I think they should do it. I think there should be, if you're a large streamer, like if you're a mega big streamer, like you're like top 100, if I was that, I would love to pay for my mods. I would love to hire them full time so they have to deal with me making the same 3 jokes every week for the rest of their lives, to the point where they hate their lives, but at least they're getting paid. I do. They have gotten paid once though. That mod appreciation stream was a really good idea. I think we're going to do another one this year. So show up to that and give them a ton of money instead of me. Fuck you. Hold on. Questions. At me if you have questions. Just at me if you have questions. It makes it easier for me to read through chat. When you started streaming, how'd you pick up your mods? I picked the funniest people in my chat at the time. That was a mistake. Some of them are still here. I don't know what to do about it. Some of them are still fucking here. Oh, fucking hell. Boon, should I hydrate? I'm hydrating right now. Gotta lubricate those brain gears. Keep them turning. Will this VOD still be up? Yes, this VOD will be up. It may be muted at some parts, so I don't know how much of this music's copyright, but sorry, fuck you. Do you have tips for mods themselves? Respect the boundary of your streamer and make sure they respect your boundaries too, I guess. Like, I don't know. Make sure that look, I make fun of my mods all the fucking time because they make fun of me. But like, at the same time, you know, I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't be a dick to my mods so much, but I hate them. But mainly, just don't be a dick to your streamer. Like, do it. Actually, do it. I rely on them to be a dick to me. But just have a good communication network with your streamer and understand what they want. You know, like what they want to have like banned and handled and stuff like that. Just have good communication. Have a good understanding. Know what, you know, when you can push them over the edge, because that's what mods do best, is push them over the edge and then the streamer pushes back and stuff like that. But having a good line of communication and having good boundaries set and a good understanding. Also, you know, try to make friends with your streamer. That might seem parasocial, but I make friends with my mods. I kind of function differently because I'm a freak of nature. I don't know. Just good communication. Good communication, good understanding of the stream, good understanding. Have a good, okay, better yet, don't make friends with the streamer. Have a good understanding of the community and what the streamer's vision of what the community is. In other words, just ban racist people. Racist and homophobic people, just ban them all. Just get rid of them. Just get rid of them. Anyone that likes Warhammer 40k too much? Like, you can like Warhammer 40k, but if you like Warhammer 40k too much, you know what I'm saying. If you miss the point of what Warhammer is trying to communicate to you, I'm just going to leave it there before everyone gets mad at me, because I know you guys like Warhammer 40k. Look, there's nothing wrong with that, but there is something wrong with that community. Somewhere in there, not all of it, but somewhere in there. They're somewhere right next to anime avatars. Unless you watch the text-to-speech guy, that dude's pretty fucking cool. Watch his World of Darkness series. It's really good. I hope it takes off. I can't remember the name of it. It's super good. I love fucking World of Darkness so much. But yeah, good line of communication with your streamer. Have a mutual respect for each other. And also know when to ban and when not to ban someone. Sometimes chatters make mistakes and they make the streamer mad because he's having a bad day, and sometimes not everything requires a permanent ban. It's just knowing when you should and when you shouldn't ban, and when you should pull someone aside and talk to them, and when you need to take immediate action on something. But the important thing is knowing when to take action and when to do it immediately. And also, really important, network with other mods a part of the same sphere. And what I mean by this, I'm talking way too much into this. I'm not a mod. I wouldn't really know. But network with other mods and communicate with each other. I know that a lot of mods do this. They have their own Discord and they cross-communicate because a lot of us do share a lot of similar viewers. And sometimes there's some bad actors in there. And they have to be taken care of. And it's easier for everyone when those mods communicate to each other and say, well, look at this guy. Be careful of him. Watch out for Poo Poo PP. He's coming on BOON stream next week. He's gonna say come this time. It's gonna be real bad. Where is Poo Poo PP, by the way? I haven't seen him in a while. Anyways, it's come. Okay, chat, stop saying come. But yeah, no, just good communication. That's pretty much it. Any other questions? No? Okay, fuck you. Moving on. Analytics! Woo! Woo! You the streamer. The viewers. That's you! Wow! Amazing! Fucking sick! This category, I'm gonna act like I know what I'm talking about. I don't know anything about this. I look at my analytics and I just get really sad. So this is a throwaway one, but it is something that you do have to understand if you want to understand what people like in your community. But you know, at the end of the day, like I say, as a growing streamer, you don't need to worry about what your community likes. You just need to worry about what you like, and the community will fall in place to that. And when you grow, then you have to start worrying about it. Anyways, Alex, welcome to the worst part of streaming. The part where you spend hours after a bad stream looking at your stats trying to figure out what you did right or wrong, and then figure out that none of that really fucking matters. None of that really fucking matters. It really doesn't. It does if you play Apex. Don't play Apex unless you're an Apex streamer. If I could have it my way, I'd stream Apex every day. Oh, I would. Oh, trust me. I would. I fucking would. I ban you for 2 hours. Yeah, I do that all the time though. Fuck you, chat. How many money do you make? You could probably Google that. I'm not even lying. I'm not gonna say it. You could just Google it. I'm sure there's like a Twitch analytics site that just tells you like a fake number or gives you a rough idea. Or you can just look at my sub count and do some real quick math. I can't discuss that payment process. Oh, there should be a slide for that in here. I don't know why it didn't show up. Huh? Maybe it got deleted. Oh, maybe it's later on. Anyways, analytics is everything. You can find analytics in the dashboard. After every stream, it'll tell you the amount of money you make, how many viewers you had, how many unique viewers you had, how many unique chatters you had, how many times certain emotes were used on your stream or other people's streams, what views you share in common with other streamers, what categories or tags are your most used tags. Mine is furry analytics. Not sure why that is. Now I'm starting to understand. But it's true. But it's important to know kind of where you stand, but don't take too much of your analytics to heart. They will turn you into a robot. Okay. Streaming gets really dark sometimes. Streaming is the best job in the world until you make it not that. It's the best job I've ever had. There's a lot of ups, there's a lot of downs. If working at McDonald's was easier, I would work at McDonald's, but I'm not, because it's not easy to work at McDonald's, hence why I stream. But there is some caveats and trade-offs to this, and the larger you get, the more you realize how stressful, even when you're small, how stressful it really is, just dealing with a ton of people and what they think of you and how to be entertaining and how to satisfy all your friends in VR chat. Oh, that sounds weird. How to satisfy all your friends in their streams. You know, just stuff like that. Just focusing on that kind of stuff. Just that kind of stuff. Oh my. I'm kidding. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So you just need to figure out what the hell you want to do, what you're trying to focus on, and how you want to do it, and then use those numbers to your advantage, okay? Because anything outside of that, and you'll have some fucking trouble focusing, because you're going to be focusing on numbers. You'll start chasing numbers. People who do partner grinding know this better than anyone else on the entire planet Earth. The entire fucking globe. Because as soon as you focus on the numbers, you lose track of what you're trying to do, and you only care about the numbers, and you stop caring about what's fun for you, and then that reflects poorly because your chat, trust me, chat knows when you're having a good time. They will know. They will know directly when you're having a good or bad time, and they will fucking leave. Like, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault if they want to leave if you're unentertaining or you're in a bad mood. They'll know. They'll make fun of you. You know, my favorite thing to do at the end of every stream is look over every single Twitch clip I have. Every single Twitch clip I fucking have. All of them. All of them. Every single one. Sometimes that takes me an hour after every stream. But I think you guys have been doing really good with it. In fact, the reason why I've been so successful is because my clips have been popping off so fucking well. Because you guys name them. You guys name them really well and you clip them properly now. And it's been absolutely fucking insane. And looking at those points of metrics, and even just me bringing it up is like super huge. Just understanding what your strong points are and how to like really attack those vectors and get them big dick numbers in your brain. You know what I mean? Knowing what works and what doesn't does too. Like, oh, I know if I stream SCP on a day where I don't know what to stream, a ton of people will watch, even if I don't feel like streaming that day or something. And then it's funny because a bunch of people show up and I get a lot of energy from it. Like, just knowing those things and getting an idea of what's going to do well and what isn't is going to help you out. But it also can be a double-edged sword because sometimes you expect something to perform really well and then no one fucking shows up. And then you feel like shit. And then you have streams like this where I expected no one to show up and then 300 people showed up and then I got raided by Kraken. Very fucking poggers. Where was I at again? I keep losing myself. Any questions about this? Did I miss anything? Let me look at the slides. I've been looking at my seal on OBS more than I've been looking at my actual slides. It's kind of weird. Baseline equipment, low class mic, etc. Oh, chat, do you mind? Does anyone mind if I go back to that slide really quick? We'll probably go back over all of them, but I just want to go back to that one. There's over 80 slides. Don't buy the snowball microphone. Stop it. Stop buying the Blue Yeti and the snowball. Fucking stop. Stop. Arf, 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 arf. Arf. Stop. Stop. It sounds like a toilet refilling in the background if you don't put a noise gate behind it. I'm not lying. It sounds like a toilet constantly being refilled because it's not grounded properly, and the fucking preamps in it suck ass. If you're going to buy a microphone, you don't have to go expensive. There are cheaper alternatives. The AT2020, anything by MXL that might be USB might be good as well. There's a ton of options. Look them up. I highly recommend a channel called Booth Junkie. Booth Junkie at youtube.com. He is a professional voice actor and he gets constant mic sponsorships. He compares mics to other mics. I highly recommend buying a USB microphone to start. That is a condenser microphone. A condenser microphone, USB microphone. Non-phantom power. You can accidentally buy yourself an XLR microphone, which requires phantom power 9 times out of 10, and a fucking audio interface, which costs way more money, and you'll get a better sounding mic, but it'll be kind of a slightly diminishing return. The more money you put into audio quality, the more diminishing returns after the first $100. I'm not even lying. I'm about to put $600 into the Podcaster Pro 2 from Rode, and it's only going to slightly increase the quality of my microphone by like a small margin. But I'm only buying it because the audio options on it are so fucking sleek and cool. But yeah, like, you don't need to spend a lot. But if you do, I highly do recommend anything. The SM7B is a very popular microphone. This is the more expensive ones, by the way. If you're starting out, I highly recommend any USB condenser microphone that Booth Junkie recommends. There are multiple categories. But AT2020 is pretty good. Blair uses that one. You can use a Snowball if you want, but you have to make sure you have good noise gates and stuff. For example, you can go into your OBS. Is this the... Hold on, wait. Oh, this is Sonic. Is this, hold on. Am I good? Oh, this is not good. Anyways, going back, hold on. Going back to my old playlist. I hope it doesn't mute my VOD. It might mute my VOD, but I'm keeping it. G4? Whoa! When am I gonna be on G4? When am I gonna be fucking on G4? But yeah, essentially, just keep in mind, USB microphone. That could be anywhere from $60 to $100. Look up YouTube videos for it. Booth Junkie's got some good videos. Don't buy gaming chairs. Buy an office chair. I highly recommend a web chair. It will save your back and it will save your life because you're going to spend a majority of your time in that chair. Or if you have a standing desk and you're a Chad, then use that. I have an AT2020 and my partner keeps saying I sound like a cum jar. Your mic's probably facing the wrong way, or you're not close enough to it. If that's a bad recommendation, you can always look up on YouTube good USB mics. But I recommend that you just look it up. You'll find plenty of them. Just look up best USB mics, $100. A lot of times, a lot of people have the mic facing the wrong fucking way. And I don't know what the fuck a cum jar is. Or I don't know what that sound. Never mind. Anyways, moving on. Let's go back. I'm heading back. We're heading back. Oh, good note. Any questions on analytics before we move on? I think we already got all the questions out. I think we got a lot of questions out. Okay, cool. Average viewers. This is a weird one. This doesn't actually mean anything. This is an old slide, actually. It's from my older stream class, but I brought it back anyways because I think it's actually kind of a good metric to live by. But don't worry if you're under this. None of this really fucking matters. Whatever view count you feel happy with. But if you're wondering how you should be performing to view count, this only really applies for like the first kind of like 10,000 subs. Afterwards, it doesn't mean anything. Afterwards, like the number fluctuates everywhere, but it's a good like kind of thumb rule to live by when you're starting out. For every, I think, 100 viewers, it should be one viewer, I think. So if you have 10,000 viewers, you'll have 100 average viewers a stream. Generally, it's just if you check other streamers that are smaller or at my level, generally that's the rule of thumb. A lot of them will get higher than that nowadays. Usually you'll have way more than that, so this number is not always true, but like if my number always goes under that, then I feel really bad. Like if I'm below 170, trust me, that's a bad day. But yeah, it's a good metric to live by. Just keep that in mind if you're wondering where you should be at with views. But then, like I said, this isn't always true. Some people get raided by big streamers and they get a ton of follows, and none of that